difficulty, and I know there's less mics, so thank you.
Thank you very much. And usually I don't introduce people. They will have to introduce themselves. So my name is Simzi Kumalo, the MEC for CoGTA, e-GOV Research and Development. I'll hand over to DDG Masem.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee, MEC, colleagues in the room. My name is Khulule Gilamase. I'm the Deputy Director General responsible for urban planning. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. My name is Ivor Hoff. I'm the advisor to the MEC.
Good morning, Chair, members, MEC, and colleagues. My name is Itumeleng Mokate, and I'm the DDG for Local Government and Community Support at CoGTA. Thank you.
All right, can we get our Eskom and City Power representatives to also introduce themselves, given that we're going to take their presentation first? Okay, if you're not near mic, can we get the roaming mic, please? Or you're welcome to come forward, which I think might be better for you and to present as well. And then let's also streamline it. So if Eskom and City Power can be ready, and then our Rand Water, okay, I think everyone's in the right spot. Whoever's going to present next, I just like it when you're here because then it's easy to go into the next one. We don't waste time going up and down.
Good morning, Chair, MEC, Portfolio Committee members, officials and colleagues. My name is Merrick Ramatlo from City Power.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the colleagues. My name is Amanda Qiti. I'm from Eskom. I'd also like to tender an apology for the Customer Senior Manager, Pumelelo Mnyani. He is not feeling well, so he's not attending.
You know what, let's deal with all the introductions once. Let me get the Rand Water representative. Just introduce yourself. Okay, he's not here yet. Oh, okay, that's fine. Let's continue with the presentation rather. And then as you go through, just keep in mind we have the presentation, but people at home may not. So just keep that in mind when you do present. If there's certain acronyms that are not common knowledge, for example, please do speak to them. Let's just check. How's our tech looking? Okay, good. Yes, so please do keep that in mind, Amanda, that when you do speak, if there's certain acronyms the public may not know, you don't have to do it every time, but just so that there's some understanding, so that members of the media and the public do know what we're talking about. All right, I'm going to hand over straight to you, and can we get our tech guys to, or Charlene, there we go. This is what we need. Are we meant to have the provincial department first? All right, I think there's that's fine. Let's do it in that way. That makes sense. I think from what we've got, it's the other way around, but I think it makes more sense to get the provincial department first. So let's start with CoGTA, and then we'll move from there.
I'm sorry, thank you very much, Chair. I will just do a quick overview at a more political level, and the team will then go into the details of the issues we want to present today. But I just wanted to be a bit unconventional, Chair, if you so allow me, because taking into account, and I've sent you that message, taking into account that Eskom is here, and I want to read what we received for Eskom to pay attention. Maybe by the end of this meeting, you will tell us what is it that you're going to do. It says, MEC Mzi, good morning. I've received a call from Councillor Morake of Ward 12 in Kagiso. His concern, which is also shared by other councillors, is that tomorrow is the 17th of August 2023, and Eskom had promised to reinstall all faulty transformers, and Eskom default MEC, the community will block the road again. I therefore ask the MEC to liaise with Eskom on our behalf as to whether work will be done by Eskom, and if Eskom will not do as promised, they are really compromising service delivery. It comes from Mr. Sipo Andula, Rapid Response member in the office of the Premier. Sipho Andula. I thought I might just start the chair, but secondly, we in terms of presentation, we convened the second Energy Expo on the 10th of August to primarily look at the rolling blackouts that are taking place, and also to look at how do we fulfill Vision 2030 of the Vision GGT 2030. Mainly the Indaba focus on the following. One, we intended to ensure that we forge the creation of a central vehicle at the provincial level for coordination of all stakeholders within the province with regard to the issue at hand. Secondly, to also work towards concluding a social pact with all stakeholders, having identified what our common interests are, but particularly how do we include the protection of critical infrastructure, how do we deal with issues of illegal connection, installation of smart meters, etc. By the way, I had some energy expert yesterday. They told me that smart meters are not a solution. So it's a matter I want us to have further engagement. I listened to them carefully. To an extent they're making sense. It's a question that we got to continuously to engage on. But I think the biggest problem there, Chair, is that smart meters give you accurate billing system. The current meters that are there in the municipality are so old that and faulty, and they've not been giving accurate. In most cases, they underbill. Now, suddenly, when you bring something that bills people properly, then they see this movement upwards, and it becomes the biggest problem as such, and hence a comprehensive strategy is required when we deal with these particular issues. But they were clear insofar as issues of smart meters were concerned. Three, to provide a platform for common vision where agreement on different perspective on issues of resources and where we will commonly identify what the challenges are insofar as the energy is concerned, but also to agree on a joint plan that we need to put in place of all energy infrastructure assets and minimize, amongst others, the downtime. But also to develop a comprehensive implementation plan. I think we spent a bit of time here because we had about 8 focus areas, and then for each focus area, we developed what are the plans, and that's what we are going to be measured and be judged on the basis of. We are making a point there that, as we all know by now, that load shedding has got a devastating effect on our economy, particularly on sectors of manufacturing, hospitality, tourism, mining, agriculture, and so on. And that the municipal revenue has plummeted due to lack of the electricity itself. However, the issue is, Chair, I think we must move towards a discussion wherein municipalities do not necessarily see electricity as a revenue. Because if that's the only way they look at energy as a revenue, rather than looking at electricity as a service to be provided to people who are going to stack. For instance, every time you engage councillors around the mixed energy strategy, you can see that they hold back. Because suddenly in their mind, the issue is, oh, you're taking away our revenue. We've got to find a way at which municipalities are able to sustain themselves even beyond in any way. If you look at the wastages that is there in the energy itself, I mean, for instance, you can buy electricity from Eskom of 100 rand as an example, but you're going to end up with electricity of 60 rands. The whole 40 rand is gone. So how do you say, but this thing is sustaining me? It doesn't really make sense as such. So we will require a deeper engagement with municipalities so far as this is concerned. But also it affects our Load shedding affects our ability to deliver services such as healthcare, education, and so on. On the crime issues, we're making a point there that opportunistic criminal elements are taking advantage of the blackout, and during the blackout, that's where a whole lot of our infrastructure is being vandalized as such. And according to the Eskom report, the latest one of 2023, 2023 will not be better than 2022, in essence, insofar as some of these issues are concerned. We are in constant communication with the Minister of Electricity, who is quite positive that things will change. But the point we're making is that it will require all of us to work together to ensure that all of those issues that have been identified to mitigate against load shedding are being achieved as such. An additional and complementary process complementing our initiative was also, it's also being coordinated at its previous coordinating forum, wherein we bringing in all the stakeholders. Therein include Eskom, therein include even municipalities who then become part of this particular process. What is our key concern? Our key concern is the devastating effect that this thing has on our economy, and we can't continue to do that. We want the economy of Gauteng to recover. I think I've made points around one of the issues that we're faced up with, that our infrastructure is aged. And as a country, we've got to deal with it. We can't continue blaming municipalities, Eskom or other institutions as such. We've got a big problem of infrastructure. If you go to Mfuleni, that you will see the real, and electricity infrastructure affects sanitation, affects water, and all of those kind of things that are there. So we've got to do something. Vandalism and theft, the biggest problem that we have. Lack of infrastructure upgrade by municipalities also, because they're just utilizing. We all know you can't drive a car without really taking care of it. Issues of skills capacity in the municipalities are also the biggest problem. We went to Mfuleni, for instance, and after the floods, and we asked a technical report that would help us to intervene. We were told they don't have the necessary skills that can help us to have such a report. You can see there are bigger issues there. On illegal connections, bigger issues there. I think we should take an attitude that there are certain things that cannot be tolerated. One of such issues is illegal connections. We just have to take that decision. It's like vandalism. I mean, we can't continue to tolerate criminals in our communities. I can imagine now tolerating this thing of illegal connection and just justifying it, because it has devastating effect on issues of electricity provision to our communities. But also we agreed on the following engagement with, amongst others, Eskom, electricity infrastructure improvement, that we need to focus on matters of electricity infrastructure improvement. We need to deal with the issues of replacement of transformers. There comes the issue again, Eskom. We've got to do that, because as we mitigate against load shedding, there are communities who have 4, 5 years, 7 years without electricity. And it's not about load shedding, it's about these issues. Now, we declare people that they're indigent, and then we go to them and say, give us 6,000 for us to fix transformers. What are we saying as state institutions? Because you're saying to me, I'm indigent, but you come and say, to fix that transformer, you have to pay 6,000. Matata. So we've got to, that is why we spoke about that platform for common interest, so that we can help each other to deal. Because the problem is not on the 6,000. The problem is these things that I'm talking about: illegal connection, non-payment of services, and so on and so on. I mean, there's a new debate that has emerged around flat rate and all of. No, people must pay as they consume. I think we've passed. In 1993, when we set up new municipalities, amongst the strategies that was put in place was flat rate and now we're in a situation where people will not have confidence to pay as they consume if our billing system is inaccurate. Those are some of the realities that we've got to look at. The protection of critical infrastructure, I'm happy that I looked at one of the commissions that dealt with these issues. They came up with clear strategies on how to deal with this. But at the bottom of it is the fact that we can't allow criminals to do what they're doing. If you go to other towns, particularly the small towns, you pass by there at night, you'll think there's a load shedding, and only to find that there's no load shedding. Infrastructure has been vandalized, there are no street lights, there are no robots, there's nothing that is left there, and we can't continue. That's the highest form of lawlessness that is there. We've got to clean our register of indigent. Working together, one of the things that we want to do as provincial government, we want to deploy people in communities who are going to help municipalities to clean the indigent. And once we agree that these are the indigent people, that information must be shared. I mean, we've got e-GOV now. That information must be shared by all departments. So education must know that these people are indigent. Social development must know that these people are indigent, and so on, so that we deal with. But what is the ultimate aim? The ultimate aim is to ensure that we deal with those people who are hiding behind the poor. And those people who are hiding behind the poor, who are supposed to pay for services, are the ones who are leading these programs in our communities of non-payment. Conversion to smart meters, big issue in our last Indaba, finally agreed that that's one of the strategies we've got to put in place. But we've got to create more awareness and walk this journey together with communities if we want a total buy-in. Because if we just force it through to them, I can tell you there's going to be a reaction as such. So we agreed on some of those strategies there. Removal of illegal connection. It is our aim that from the 1st of January 2024, we must have cleaned all the illegal connection. But what accompanies illegal connection? We've got to formalize informal settlement. We've got to ensure that municipalities roll out electricity in informal settlement. Because essentially, this is what people want. In the absence of electricity, they will do it for themselves. So if we do all of those other factors that would mitigate against that, we will go a long way to address. Because if everybody has got electricity, there's no need for me to go and illegally connect and so on. So a comprehensive strategy in dealing with this thing. We need to deal with issues of debt management and billing system. For instance, we don't understand this thing that Eskom will, what did you do there, Mfuleni, attach the account of Mfuleni. At the end of the month, when workers has to be paid, where would Mfuleni get the money from and so on? But we are arguing that we must create a common debt management authority where a state institution will sort each other there. If I owe you, those people must be able to sort out instead of going to courts. Because if you go to courts, what is the relief you want? Attach account, they give it to you because I owe you. So we've got to deal with issues of debt management far more better. But also the impact of debt management. If at a national level, Treasury has a program to relieve debts, municipalities from owing Eskom, and those get cancelled and so on, what is the impact of it insofar as communities are concerned? Are members of the community feeling that indeed there's a relief around issues of debts and so on and so on? So we've got to deal with all of those things. Issues of connection of new entrances and reconnection of disconnected customers. I mean, the issue that I just raised now, the Kagiso issue, and it's there in Dobsonville, it was there in Zola and other areas. We've got to deal with connecting those customers, but the new entrances, how do we deal with them? Because if you say smart meters is the way to go, then, and we're talking prepaid. Because at a prepaid, you buy and you can see what you're consuming as such. We have agreed that there must be a policy for backyard dwellers. because that's where, so I'm Mamkize, I've got some backyard dwellers. I'm registered as a indigent. Here comes the problem, because once I get money from somebody else, I then now get classified as a business, and therefore will have to forfeit my classification as an indigent. However, in reality, people do not understand that as such, because you might find that even the money that I collect from those backyard dwellers, it comes to zero, given the situation we're finding ourselves in. So we've got to deal with that policy. Our proposal is that those people must be metered, and then they can sort out the issue of the rent with the landlord, but services, it must be separated from all of those. We think that would help to. Let me conclude just by quoting our strategic intent on dealing with energy security. It says that a resilient and energy secure city region that invests in diversified and low carbon energy sources and innovative technologies that delivers reliable and affordable energy services to all citizens for an economically transformed and modernized and re-industrialized Gauteng city region, close quote. So, point is, when you deal with these issues, you can't ignore the issue of economic development, particularly as it relates to industrialization. If we are to resolve the issues of energy, we have to bring in this other part of the economic. That will be the overview of it. I know that I took a bit of time, and then I'll give it to, is it you? Dr. Salomari, where is he? You, yeah. He will take us through the presentation as such. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Everyone who's presenting, just remember right before you present to introduce yourself again for the record, so that when we do note everything, we know who's saying what. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. My name is Isaac Salache from Gauteng CoGTA Municipal Infrastructure Support and Energy Office. Can we go to the next slide, please? The next slide just talk about the outline of the presentation. Next slide. The intent of this presentation. Next slide, please. This just gives us, in terms of the timelines, how we started. We started in 13 January 2023, where the Premier established what we call the Premier's Energy Emergency Council. Then on the 14th February, that's where we had on the 16th February, we had our expo that the MEC have talked about. And on the 15th, we developed what we call the Energy Crisis Response Plan. Then from there, we did an assessment of all the projects, looking at the readiness for them to deliver electrons to the grid by March 2024. Then from June until July, we're doing what we call focused approach to review current projects, and also finalized capacity of the PMO, Project Management Office. Next slide, please. Basically, these are super elevated projects based on the State of the Province address by the Premier, development of Merafong Solar Farm, smart meter installations on GPG facilities, solar PV and battery energy storage systems at GPG facilities, rooftop PV at health facilities in Gauteng, and energy resource efficiency programs and home solar systems. Then on the 16th of February, on the Expo, Premier made the announcements on City Power being an implementing agent on behalf of the province, and also to say that we'll look at private sector, have expression of interest for private sector to also assist the province in terms of adding electrons to the grid, and also the seed funding of 1.2 billion, and then the establishment of the program office. Next slide, please. You can skip that one. Basically, the grid just shows how we want to do this. We're looking at doing this through the non-dispatchable generation. Non-dispatchable generation is the generation that depends on the source, that is not always available, like your wind power and your solar PV, or the dispatchable generation that is available at all times, that includes your coal, your PV, plus battery storage, your gas to power, your nuclear. Those are your dispatchable generations. Then also looking at our demand responses, those are meant to reduce consumption. Those includes smart meter, load limiting, and energy efficiency in the buildings. The fourth one in the grid is our socio-economic, socio-community initiatives that assist communities in terms of quality of life during load shedding. This next slide, please. The next slide just shows the technologies that we're looking at as a province. In terms of on non-dispatchable generation, we're looking at Merafong Solar, that will bring 800 megawatts, rooftop PV at GPG hospitals. On dispatchable is your PV and battery storage system. That will be done by City of Joburg, by the expression of interest also, but also by the province itself. And also microgrid system for the mid-income households. On the demand response, we're looking at smart meters, load limiting by City Power, energy efficiency on buildings by City Power, and also smart meters by Gauteng Province. On the social community initiatives, we are looking at solar high mast lights, we're looking at solar geysers, and microgrids for informal settlements by both municipalities and the province. When you go to the next two slides, just skip that one, the next slide. Now, this just tells you how we'll do this in terms of unblocking and making sure that the projects that we are looking at are ready. Number one, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury have developed what you call guidelines in terms of how we look at the readiness of those projects. Those guidelines includes project description and justification, ownership of assets, procurement, cost statement, institutional readiness, and also things like implementation schedule. Also, we look at deliverables or output. What are we going to get out of these projects? It means that there we look at the feasibility, have the feasibility been done, and how much capacity will be brought into the grid, requirements in terms of funding and capital, and also when will the project start until the commissioning of the project, and also just what capacity will be into the grid after that have been concluded, and remedial measures that are needed to unblock things that affect the project. And then also just to look at the dependency. The dependency here, we want the either municipalities or the sector departments that are responsible for these projects to give us projects files that will contain project concepts, feasibility studies, designs, and also project scope. All the projects have been subjected to these requirements that I talked about above. Those projects include our installation for smart meters in GPG facilities, our rooftop solar, our PV and battery energy storage system, our microgrids, our open cycle gas turbines, our project in Reval, and also Kelvin Power Station, our smart meters for households, solar high mast, and other projects. Next slide, please. So out of this, these are the priority projects that we believe that can be delivered by March 2024. You'll realize that there are short-term, medium-term, and long-term projects. So for short-term projects on non-dispatchable generation, we're looking at rooftop solar PV. For dispatchable, we're looking at rooftop solar PV and battery storage system by both City Power and Gauteng facilities. And also for this projects for rooftop solar, Gauteng will give us 6.6 megawatts. For PV and battery storage, for City of Joburg will give us about 30.2 megawatts, and for the buildings in Gauteng will give us around 1.5 megawatts. Then for load limiting, that will save the demand by 322 megawatts. And then for social community initiatives, we're looking at solar high mass lights. We don't have capacity there, and also solar water geysers. But the EPEC solution for households, we're looking at 6 megawatts. Next slide, please. The next slide just talks to what we talked about. I think I won't enter into it. Next slide, please. This now, we also went to dwell in each individual project just to assess individual projects. The example here is our project on solar PV and battery storage that will be done by our Gauteng infrastructure department, which will need a budget of around 216 million. These projects look at backup power for GPG facilities to alleviate load shedding, and proposed areas obviously are about 7 GPG facilities. So in terms of readiness, we just show the timelines there in terms of when the RFP was closed and when will the commencement of operation or commissioning will start in March 2024. Next slide, please. The next slide just show you a whole lot of municipal projects that were also subjected to assessment, from City of Ekurhuleni, their waste to energy projects, City of Joburg, including their ripple relay system of 80 megawatts, City of Tshwane, Rooival power station, and also the Midval municipality project. Next slide, please. So the same applies. We also subjected this to assessment. This is the City Power Solar High Mass Light one that is looking at the beneficiaries of low to middle income groups, and then that's the amount that is needed, about 1.55 billion for the project, for the 1,300 units and 500 for retrofitting. So this just tells you what's in place, and then the panel that is in place and what needs to be done. Next slide now just tells you about the key issues that are coming out of all these things, to say that one of the important things is the memorandum of agreement with City Power. Also, what's important is the gas to energy projects that have been initiated already by municipalities in terms of their IPP, but also saying that there are bankability constraints from municipalities that will require provincial treasury to provide guarantees, but also looking at the outcomes of the expression of interest, where we had about 85 responses, and then how the private sector responded and the RFP that we'll be sending. But the proposed initiatives that we looked at are the solar high mass lighting, microgrids for informal settlements, smart or split meters by municipalities, solar PV and battery energy storage system. Next slide, please. These are just vehicles. I think I've already touched on City Power in terms of the memorandum of agreement. What's also important is on our sector departments, as we know, issues on business cases and also the identification of the facilities that will be privileged to be included in the rollout of solar PV and battery energy storage. But what's important also is working with municipalities and informal settlements to identify areas that are suited for the small scale embedded generation, which is microgrids, and also issues of split or smart meters, and also the high mass lighting. Next 2 slides, please. So here we look at our short-term projects, our mid-term, and our long-term projects. Our short-term projects, we've talked about them already. Our PV, our ripple control system by municipalities, smart meters by municipalities, rooftop solar that will give us about 6 megawatts, microgrids by municipalities for middle income and microgrids for informal settlements, which is about 12 to 24 months. Then for midterm, we're looking at 24 to 36 months. There we're looking at 800 megawatts by Merafong Solar, and then also the gas generation, the gas option that we hope to get from our expression of interest. Royal Power Station, the initial phase 1, 60 megawatts, and phase 1 for Kelvin, 100 megawatts. Gas turbines for City Power, 112 megawatts, and battery storage from expression of interest. For long term, we are looking at waste to energy projects. Predominantly, most of them are in City of Joburg, 50 megawatts, gas expression of interest. The second phase of Royal, which will give about 140 megawatts. City Kelvin Power Station, phase 2, 600 megawatts. But what's needed in all these things for them to go ahead, there's a need for multi-year power purchase agreements, and also there's a need to look at treasury-backed power purchase agreements, and also wheeling charges or taxi fare, if we can call it that, for municipalities, since the power will be coming from one region to another, depending on that. Then summary of the assessments, next slide, just shows the projects that we've already talked about for dispatchable generation, demand responses, and what will be needed. The next slide also just talks to that. I think I've talked about the projects, I won't go on them again. But when you look at this, it just tells you what is the project, the capacity that it will produce, who's the owner, the completion date of the projects, and then the identified blockages. Like when you look at Kelvin, it says that we need a PPA, purchase power agreement of 20 years, and also remedial measures for Kelvin. It says the PPA that will be underwritten either by national or provincial treasury. So those are the blockages that we're looking at. And then this is obviously an IPP. So the overall assessment also, it looks at that. The dependency, I think City Power, Mr. Ramatlo will talk to it in terms of the PPA that I think they've already signed. The next slide just now talk to the building capacity for plan implementation. The first one, we talked about it, is the memorandum of agreement with City Power. The second one is the private sector role in terms of the market, helping, adding the electrons to the grid. The third one talks to the capacity that we need for this all to happen in terms of the project management office, where we need all this capacity from project managers, project coordinator, renewable energy experts, and all the other experts. We already have acquired all this, most of this capacity, and GFA have just finalized their bid for their PMU. That will also help us in terms of the capacity into the PMU. The last one just talk about the seed funding that will be provided based on the guidelines that we talked about earlier. The last slide, I think, just talk about what we recommend to the portfolio committee. Just to note the response plan and the intervention, and that the implementation plan is through joint efforts by municipalities and GPG sector departments. And also, as the MEC have indicated, it is a live document that is continuously being amended and updated. Thanks. Chair.
MEC, anything from your province side before I move to City Power?
No, I think all the areas have been covered. I think what we're going to be doing from our side is to put monitoring mechanism to ensure that all of these things that we're talking about gets implemented. I can give you comfort that we have already, there are 4 MECs. 3 MECs are leading this. It's myself, the MEC for Economic Development, and the MEC for Treasury. We've added the MEC for DID because quite a number of those projects are belonging in that, or that department would lead on some of the projects that are there. We have already agreed on identified projects that would be done immediately from all of those projects that are there. We've agreed on, for instance, that we've got to move on the issues of rooftops, particularly for government building, targeting the hospitals in particular, because that's where the disruption is, insofar as the issues of load sheddings are. And how we're going to be doing that. I think there's a procurement processes that are well in advance that would help us to do that. We have agreed on how we're going to be relating with the City Power. Generally, City Power would be our implementing agents, but we agreed that if a municipalities, particularly metros, because some of them, for instance, Tshwane, they will say, we can do this thing. We have no problem. We'll enter into agreement with them and ensure that we allow them to do that. City Power will help us largely on the smaller municipalities, the districts, because clearly they don't have those capacities. But if a metro says you can come into an area, we will do that. What we're encouraging is just cooperation. We've identified those projects that we will soon be presenting them to yourself as City Power and deal with them. We just want to finalize the process of the memorandum of understanding because it must go to council and all of those kind of things. We don't want to miss a step there. Lastly, it's 85 expression of interest that we've received. We're going to be submitting those expression of interest to City Power and to the metro municipalities with a view of them making their contribution insofar as assessing what, because those comes largely from private sector, assessing which project would they enter to. That comes from the private sector as such. City Power has got the expertise, technical expertise, to assess and say this is doable, this is not doable, all of those kind of things. And other municipalities might have those kind of capacities, and thereafter we can then agree on how we're going to be implementing those. So we are moving fast. As we said, remember there's a 1.2 billion that is set aside for the current financial year, and our agreement is that there cannot be any rollover there or underspending. We've got to spend that money, but we've got to spend it correctly. We don't just have to comply because, and if you look at where we are, I mean, we almost in September, few months are left, but with all of those projects and the allocations that have been made on those bankable projects, we think that we will be able to achieve the intended outcomes. Thanks.
Thank you, MEC. Members, what we're going to do is get the presentation from Eskom and City Power, and the reason we're going to do that is so that we have a more full picture of what those plans are. And then when we engage, because already I have a few questions, but I think they may already be answered when you make the presentation there. So members, just note when you have your questions and comments, who you're directing that at, and then we can take that round after. I think it's better to get Eskom and then we end on City Power. Are you guys comfortable with that? It doesn't really make a difference, I guess. So let's start then with Eskom, and then members are just going to note as we go through each one. So when we raise our questions, we know who we're directing them at. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. All right. Thank you so much. Chair, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Amanda Qiti. I'm from Eskom in the Communications and Stakeholder Department. I think I know, we've had a lot of engagements.
Just for the record, I woke up to the message from the MEC. Honestly, chairing CoGTA is like a high-risk job because you can't go to sleep and you can't wake up without a crisis. There's multiple crises. So anyway, I thought, let me just say that it's not just you, all of us. We live in a constant state of crisis.
Yeah, no, we understand. And I think we've had a lot of engagements with the MEC and together with the Office of the Premier. And we also did attend the Energy Indaba. And we noted the resolutions that were made, and we understand that they are there to also assist us as an organization to ensure that we actually service the communities better. So we thought it would be best that we also just give an overview in terms of the field transformers, where we are, and also give context in terms of what has caused some of these transformers to fail. And also just address the issue of the 6,000 rands. I think it's also very important that we also give context and try and address that as well, because it's something that keeps coming up. Even at the Energy Indaba, it's something that has been coming up. So I think on our first slide, we're just giving background in terms of between 2016 to 2019, we had replaced mini subs and transformers to the value of 120 million rands. And we realized that this...
Sorry to interrupt you, Amanda. Do we have the right version of the presentation? Can we just check? Because the one I've got, we don't have this particular
The slide.
page of failed transformers. Mine goes straight into Gauteng cluster energy consumption.
Oh, it was an amendment that was submitted.
Do we
the
have
one
the, let's just
slide.
check, you can continue, but I just want us to check that we have the amendment. Because this is, okay, all right, that's fine. The amended version will be sent to us. Just keep in mind, we haven't seen this particular
This
slide.
All right, thank you, Chair. This is just giving context and backgrounds regarding those failed transformers. So we realize that it is not sustainable for us to continue to just keep on fixing the failed transformers without really going in there and understanding the root cause of the failure of these transformers. So when we conducted our investigations, we did find that the failure of the transformers is due to overloading of the network, it is due to illegal connections, and also it is due to our customers that are bypassing the meters and also buying electricity from illegal vendors. So those were the reasons. We then went in and put a control measure where we standardized and implemented the installation of the molded case circuit breakers, which is the MCCBs, to overcome the issue of load shedding on all our LV side pole-mounted transformers. However, these devices were then bypassed by our customers, and we continue to see the trend of failure of the transformers. We then decided to really just make sure that before we replace any failed transformer or mini-sub, we go in and we conduct investigation, and then we try and determine if there are any customers in that particular failed transformers who had illegally bypassed their meters or who were buying electricity from ghost vendors. And if we conduct an investigation and we pick up that the customers in that particular areas were actually conducting those illegal connections and also bypassing their meters, we put a process in place whereby we say before we can replace those failed transformers, we would then issue the temper fines because they had illegally connected, they had bypassed their meters, and they were buying electricity from ghost vendors. And only when 60% of the customers had then paid the fee that they had been issued, which is a temper fine for all the acts that they had committed. Only then we would resume to start the replacement of that transformer. So initially we started at a fee of 6,000 rands, and we had several engagements, and a decision was then made that we need to start implementing a deferred payment arrangement. And what that means is that instead of a customer paying the 6,000 rands up front, which is for the temper fine, was that they would then pay 500 rands, and then the remainder of the 6,000 rand will be paid over 6 months. And if the customers from that particular transformer have reached a 60% payment, then we will start to normalize and start to replace those transformers. So that is then the process that we started to implement to ensure that we don't have this repeated number of failed transformers. So that is the process that we follow. Then the next slide, thank you. It then just talks about the energy consumption. It shows our customer base on the left-hand side, which is currently sitting at 966,000. And out of that 966,000, 448,000 of those customers are zero buyers. And that totals up to 49%. So 49% of our customers are either bypass their meters or buying electricity from ghost vendors. And in terms of revenue, that is the revenue that we are losing, 404 million that we are losing through those bypass meters, illegal connections, and customers that are buying electricity from ghost vendors. And you will see on the right, it's right in the middle in terms of the sales, the green bars are showing the sales that we issue, and then the red is the revenue that we lose from all those illegal connections, and also the bypassed meters and customers not purchasing electricity. I think there was also talk about smart meters. We have so far installed 77,000 smart meters, and then the rest are still on non-smart meters. We are in the process of converting our customers to prepaid meters, just to ensure that they at least pay upfront for what they are using, and it's there to assist the customers to at least manage their own consumptions, as opposed to paying at the end of the month when you have already consumed the electricity. Next slide, thanks. So the next slide, we've broken it down. It's the failed transformers and the number of customers that have been affected in that particular area. So the first slide is just giving an overview for Gauteng as a whole. We have about 125,000 customers that have been affected under the failed transformers. And out of that number, 23,000 of those customers, which makes it 19%, are zero buyers. And out of that, 7,440 have had smart meters installed, and then the rest they do not have. And you can just see in terms of how much revenue we are losing with those red bars, the energy that we deliver versus which is the green, versus the revenue that we lose in the whole of Gauteng, if you're looking particularly at just those failed transformers. Next slide, please. The next slide is then focusing directly on the failed transformers in Ekurhuleni. We have 23,000 we've got 15,000 customers in Ekurhuleni who are affected by the failed transformers, and out of that 15,000, 22%, which translates to 3,400 customers are zero buyers out of that 15,000. So that those are the figures. And again, the bars, the top part in red, it's just the revenue that we are losing in Ekurhuleni versus the sales that we have made. Next slide, please. Which is the Joburg zone, which is the bulk of the area where we have a high number of failed transformers. And we have 47,000 customers that are affected, and out of that 47,000, 4,500 of those are zero buyers, and the revenue that we lose, it's also indicated 23 million, and you'll see again the revenue that we lose in the red bars, which is a very high versus the sales that we are making. And also, if you just look on the bottom right, if in Johannesburg zone, we have replaced 49% of the failed transformers, which is 694 transformers and mini subs that are affecting those customers we have replaced. So we are making strides, but I know that it's not at the rate that our customers would like to see, but we are making progress. Next slide, please, which is covering Tshwane zone. We have about 17,000 customers that are affected, and the zero buyers out of that 17,000, it's 6,400, and we are losing about 7 million in terms of revenue. So I think Tshwane is the second highest. We have Johannesburg zone followed by Tshwane. And in terms of the replacement, we've replaced about 76% in the Tshwane zone of the field transformers. Thank you. Next slide, please. Under Inval, we have 45,000 customers where we have field transformers, and I think this is the one area where we see a lot of repeated field transformers together with Johannesburg zone. We have gone in there, we have replaced the transformers that are failed, but we find that we have those repeated failures, and the zero buyers in this area are sitting at 18%, which equates to 8,600 and we've replaced about 54% of those failed transformers. I think what we also, because we've been looking at the winter period this time last year, and we're looking at the winter period in this year, when we compare in terms of the number of failed transformers, we want to say that we are seeing a change in terms of there's been a reduction, especially during the winter period. And we were trying to then do an analysis to say, what have we done from Eskom side and also from the customer side to make sure that we're not having that significant number of failed transformers. And I think the first thing is that there's a lot of engagements that we have with our customers. There's a lot of awareness and education that we've been conducting to say that if you don't look after the infrastructure, if you don't use the electricity efficiently and do not pay for the electricity and go and buy from illegal, from ghost vendors and also bypass your meters, it really does affect the communities, because we also have a process that we need to follow, and it takes a while before we can actually procure and start to replace the transformers. So we are starting to see that buy-in from the customers where they are looking after the infrastructure. If they are picking up any people that they are suspecting to want to either steal or damage the equipment, they would alert us. So there's that partnership that we have with the communities. And also I think that constant removal of illegal connections. Yes, we go in, we remove the illegal connections, a day or two, they go back. But I think just them knowing that we can at any moment come in and conduct those inspections and remove illegal, it has made a difference in the communities. And I think the conversion of customers, because I think most we've now converted to smart meters, it's making a difference because you know exactly how much you use a month, and then you make sure that you budget accordingly. And we've seen then that there is that reduction. So those are some of the controls that we've put in place, and obviously with the maintenance that we constantly do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Let's get City Power, and then members, we can engage everything.
Thank you, Chair, once more. My name is Merrick Ramatlo from City Power. If you allow me, Chair, my colleague has also joined me behind me, Mr. Charles Mutlaka. As and when required later, he may.
Let me see Charles' hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure how much time do I have, Chair, for this presentation, but I'll try to confine myself to this. Obviously, make sure that I don't overstep as a resident of Kagiso to deal with the issues of Kagiso.
You know, I'm going to give you sufficient time because it's the first time we're interacting with yourselves from City Power. Mada, if you can just turn off your mic there for me. I'm going to give you sufficient time because, I mean, don't take too long, but I want members and I want you to go into detail, especially given what the provincial department has presented on the energy plan that City Power will be the implementing agent. We will get into some detail, and I can guarantee you this is not our first meeting, or our last rather. We're going to have everybody in the room again, and Amanda, you're going to come with your superior the next time because this is the start of a process. You're going to see we are a very active committee. We read the documents, we know what's going on. So that's why I want to give enough time to City Power, but you can continue.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, thanks for that. As a portfolio committee, yes, it's for the first time, but generally we do engage with the officials time after time on these issues. But I'll start maybe just with the next slide. Next one, please. Again. I'm not going to dwell too much on this, Chair. It's common knowledge in terms of the history, in terms of how we got into this place. Safe to say that some of the issues in terms of the remarks that the MEC has spoken about in terms of the infrastructure backlog, obviously that also escalated during the COVID-19, and it just exacerbated the backlog because of the circumstances that prevailed there and so forth. Next one. Yeah, I think, Chair, in terms of the issues around what we do as City Power in collaboration with the province and other spheres of government, obviously, I think it's very pleasing for us, being guided by the district development model. That obviously encourages and fosters that collaboration between the three spheres of government, and that's exactly what we're doing now. But having said that, I think that there's been some developments that are happening out there, basically, from a legislative point of view. I'm also not going to dwell too much on that. Safe to say that one thing that I can highlight in terms of this process that we are engaging on to diversify our energy mix, the key issue there is the Section 34 of the Electricity Regulation Act, basically that talks about the IRP and the powers of the minister, basically to allow us as municipalities and perhaps with Eskom, basically to be able to develop new generation capacity and so forth. I'm just going to skip this as well, Chair, because a lot of this information is out there in the public domain. But obviously, what are the accelerators of change? Next one. Thanks. In terms of the energy trilemma that we're all facing across the municipalities as well as Eskom to some extent, it's obviously the issues around energy security, and it's even more imperative for us as the city of Johannesburg being the biggest electricity consuming municipality in the country, obviously the biggest contributor in terms of the national GDP as well. So if something goes wrong with Johannesburg, that impact will be felt right across the country. It's for that reason that I did mention that we do appreciate the assistance, the support, and the guidance that we get from the Gauteng province, basically to ensure that we do everything we can and all hands on deck to ensure that we sustain city of Johannesburg. There's the issues also around the increasing energy cost. I think my colleague from Eskom also touched on those issues and what are we doing as a municipality and what are we also proposing that we basically try to deal with the issues around the sustainability and for us to be able to provide sustainable services. There's issues around energy emissions. I think it's common knowledge as well that the The country is a signatory of the Paris Agreement, but we are also a member of the C40 cities. As a municipality, we've got our own climate action plan in terms of our decarbonization interventions and so forth. So all these measures are taken into account as we diversify our energy mix and then all the interventions that we put in place. Next one, please. Obviously, parallel to that, we are also faced with other challenges. We do know our constitutional mandate as a municipality to provide social and economic development and universal access to all the consumers. To such an extent that we do have a backlog in terms of our electrification. Currently, we're sitting at about 312 informal settlements that have not been electrified as yet. We do experience a lot of economic migration into the city, as well as migration from other smaller municipalities or other economically depressed areas into the city of Johannesburg in search of better opportunities and so forth, and that is putting a lot of stress and pressure in terms of our infrastructure and our ability to provide services, and obviously that results in population growth and so forth. Also, there's this issue in terms of it changes our load profile as a result of that, because we do know that just cooking and space heating and water heating are the biggest consumers or drivers in terms of electricity consumption and so forth. Next one. So in terms of this transition that we're seeing, we do know that Eskom has always been a vertically integrated company. We all relied on Eskom, and at some point as municipalities, most of us, in particular the metros, we had our own generation capacity. We do, Tshwane still has the Rooival City, Johannesburg sold Kelvin to the private sector in 2010. And that capacity was diminished over time. Obviously, there were reasons at the time as well, because Eskom had a lot of excess capacity and they could provide this electricity cheaper for us. So I think we can also acknowledge that some of the mistakes that we did at the time was not to mothball them, rather to decommission them, such as the Orlando Power Station and so forth. So they are at a state that we cannot recommission them again. But now, where we're moving right now, we're obviously having a diversified mixture of generators coming into the play. This is a very, this is one space that needs to be managed also very carefully, because we also don't want to experience the California crisis when the deregulation came into place and the grid collapsed at some point. So it's one of the challenges that we're facing, basically. The municipalities, I think we are also learning from Eskom and other municipalities. We do have our own control room, because if we don't manage that properly, and it should happen, I think, with every other municipality for that matter, it can cause problems on the grid system. So that talks about bringing also smart grid technologies into the mix to be able to basically manage this independent power producers coming into play better and so forth. But on the other hand, again, we've got also the small scale embedded generators. It could be myself having my own solar PV systems at home. It could be a shopping center. That also now, as we are sitting in this room, the radiance is very good. It generates a lot of power. Then it can basically ship that power into the grid and be compensated for it. That also comes with its own challenges in terms of quality of supply and also the need to put smart grid technologies. so that it does not affect the performance of the grid system and so forth. So those are some of the issues that we're also looking at in terms of preparing ourselves into the new era during this transition and so forth. Next slide, please. Next one. Obviously, Chair, I don't need to repeat that we are guided by the Integrated Resource Plan. I've spoken about Section 34 of the Electricity Regulation Act, where those powers resides with the Minister of DMRE in terms of determining new generation capacity and so forth. So we're still waiting for a new one. There's been a promise that it will be published during this current financial year, hopefully to give more clarity, because especially for the municipalities and so forth, and the aggregation between the Eskom and the municipalities, we're not sure how much we can onboard as a municipality, but obviously we do have our own plan that will obviously go through the DMRE at the end of the day, and that guidance will be sought at that time. Next one. So obviously this is just a timeline in terms of how the government has assisted in terms of ensuring that they enable this transition and bringing new players into the market to diversify the energy sources. Next one. So in terms of our programs, Chair, basically I'll just maybe focus on about 10 programs for now. Firstly, I'll talk about the IPPs and the STPPs. Where I used acronyms that were not defined, I apologize, but I'll try to define them here. Obviously, the IPPs, we're talking about all those independent power producer programs, which are 20 power purchase agreements, and the STPPs is the short-term power purchase agreement, not exceeding 3 years in terms of the MFMA regulations. And it's similar to what Eskom calls it the standard offer program. Basically, there's not much investment in terms of the generation capacity, but basically just to sweep energy that is available out there in the market that can be funded through the normal 3-year budget cycles and so forth. So at City Power, we went out on a tender with the short-term power purchase agreement. It's been closed. 16 bids were received. It's currently at finalization in terms of the evaluation stage. 16 bids were received, and then 14, I think, managed to go past the first stage in terms of the evaluation process. By the end of this month, we should be able then to make a award, to conclude that and communicate properly in terms of how much energy megawatts we can bring into our grid, basically to improve the energy security and to stabilize the network. I'll touch on the issues in terms of the longer-term power purchase agreement later, Chair, the independent power purchase agreement in terms of where we are. That requires a couple of governance approvals in terms of the governance processes that have been stipulated out there. One of the other programs that we're looking at is the visual PV power stations and so forth. I think my colleague from CoGTA, Dr. Salaha, also touched on some of these issues, but so what we've done now, I think we had a late start in terms because we had to finalize some of the service providers that will assist us to roll out these programs, which has been done, and implementation has now commenced. We've started obviously with the rollout of the rooftop PV panels. I think we're gonna put about 1 megawatt in our head office. We also have other depots that we also gonna roll it out. But also within the city of Johannesburg, we've concluded certain service level agreements with our sister companies, like the Joburg Fresh Produce, which is also a strategic establishment in terms of food security within Johannesburg, and dealing with perishable goods. It's one of the sister companies that we've started with immediately, basically, to improve energy of and security of energy, as well as the food security in that aspect. Next one. Then the small scale embedded generators. I think we've commissioned quite a few customers there. About 416 installations to date have been commissioned. That includes the in the main the malls such as the Southgate Mall, the Westgate Mall, and couple of malls and other establishments and other fairly bigger small households and so forth into our grid systems, which equates to about 87 megawatts. There's still some sticky issues with this one, Chairperson, because the current billing systems basically are not capable in the main, and I think it's an issue across most municipalities to deal with bi-directional flow of energy. We're in the process of procuring a system basically that can adequately deal with that. From a metering point of view, we are good to go now because we are able now to get the metering systems that measures the import and export of energy, because customers also consume from us, and when they leave, go to work, or they've got enough and excess energy, then they can sell it back to us. So we need that capability from a metering and a billing system point of view. So the only outstanding issue that we're dealing with currently is the system that should be dealt with within this current financial year as well. Then the battery energy storage systems, basically this was also earmarked for in particular the large supplies, like our key customers. I think the MEC also touched about some of the issues and the financial stresses that the municipality goes through. In the main and traditionally, most municipalities, they derive most of their income and revenue from large and key accounts. And they've been cross-subsidizing a lot of the smaller and smaller LSM groups, in particular the residential customers. So we are looking at other measures in the short to medium term, basically the issues around the battery storage systems, so that we retain these customers. A lot of them have the capability, and they are now going off-grid or semi-off-grid by making their own investment, basically, so that they can keep the operations going. And that is revenue that we forgo in the process that will assist us as municipalities, basically, to sustain services to the masses in particular. So the strategy and the intention here is basically to retain them as much as possible, but we're also looking at configuring some of our networks so that they have dedicated lines, because in particular with us in Johannesburg, most of our networks is not properly configured in a manner that we can exclude all the healthcare facilities, all the hospitals, and all the key customers, because there's been some calls and pronouncements that they've been made as well along those lines. And we are busy with some of these projects to do that. So the battery storage basically provides us with those interim measures in terms of whether it's a healthcare facility, it's a strategic facility, or a key accounts and so forth. Then there's the issues around the microgrid electrification. We had done this as a pilot in the past in the Lenasia area. We took some lessons. There's also one that is ongoing but done by the private sector. At the Diepsloot area, there's also some lessons. So I think we've collected enough information, basically, in particular to deal with the issues around the electrification of informal settlement. because until we address these issues, it becomes a vicious cycle to deal with the issues around theft and vandalism of copper, and illegal connections and so forth. Because it's clear that the residents do need electricity out there. And let alone in terms of the Municipal Systems Act, we are quite aware that it's imperative upon us to provide that universal access. So this is one of our core programs that we're looking at currently right now. Next slide, please. One back. Then there's a solar high mast public lighting systems. We've commenced with this program. In the past financial year, we've already installed 5 of these solar high mast across the city. That includes both City Power supplied areas as well as Eskom supplied areas, because the issues around safety, visibility in the main lies with the municipality, even if it's an Eskom supplied area. So we were also impacted by some of the issues that the MEC raised, that some of the transformers and mini-subs were off in certain areas for a prolonged period of time. So we also had to come up with measures, basically, as a city, to comply with our mandate and obligation by putting the solar high mast grid systems in those areas, such as Soweto and the Orange Farm areas, for example. So in this current financial year, there's 120 more that is being planned, but from south to north, east to west. So far we just put a few in across the wards, but they are not enough. So we're hoping that we can cover more ground with this 120, and also in collaboration with the Gauteng province. As my colleague Dr. Salahai has already spoken about some of those issues, as well as the MEC. Then there's also the gas to power. City Power has 4 gas to power generators. I think we are now recommissioning 2 of them. The one we're gonna decommission completely for strategic reasons, because it's just next to the Reserve Bank here in the city. Because of the vibrations and the securities around that, it was causing problem for the Reserve Bank. And then the other one, I think we'll commission it later. But obviously they were put on hold in the past because of the cost of generation using diesel. So obviously we are now repurposing them to gas. We are in talks with Sasol together with the CoGTA colleagues from Gauteng, basically, to assist us to solicit more gas so that we can fire them. We've also identified additional sites across the city that are viable, basically, to put these units. There's even more better new technologies out there in the market, the more modular ones, the plug and play, which are quick to deliver and to generate power. So I think the issue there is, once we can get gas, we will be good to go with the relevant funding and collaborations and so forth. That is one of the key programs in terms of dealing with energy crisis in the short to medium term as well. Then obviously there's the issues around the energy efficiency and the energy performance certificates. We're starting now. This is a legal compliance, basically for all government buildings with square meter of 2,000 and above, and the private non-government buildings with government buildings with 1,000 square meters and above, and non-government with 2,000 square meters and above, to comply by December 2025 in terms of the energy performance certificates with the SANEDI on behalf of the government. Non-compliance, we do know that it's the accounting officers or the DGs or whoever. it will be a conviction in their own personal capacity. But I think we are now basically started with this program. So at least now focusing on about 700 buildings across the city of Joburg. And that includes buildings that are both owned and leased. So it's quite a challenge. Obviously, most of entities and organizations couldn't comply by December of last year, so there's been extension of to 2025, and I'm not sure if there'll be further extensions. Next one. Then obviously we've got one of our flagship programs is the load limiting that talks about two programs in the main. The one is the ripple relays. We already have these programs up and running. That talks about the geyser load management. Initially, when it was conceived within the city, it was just meant to balance the grid in terms of supply and demand. But now we've also realized that we can also use the same intervention basically to avert load shedding. Typically for us as the city of Joburg, I think stage 1 will be about 100 megawatts, stage 2, 200 megawatts and so forth. So the current population out there, we know that we can avert stage 1. We just finalizing a few issues basically to bring them online, as well as to expand the base and the footprint of the ripple relays. The only factor here is that with higher stages of load shedding, customers might just have a cold bath. But that issue, we obviously looking at a comprehensive communication campaign so that we get buy-in from the customers to say rather keep the lights on and everything on, and you know, contend with certain instances where you might have a cold bath instance and so forth. And the other one is the issues around the smart meter load limiting. I think both my colleagues from CoGTA as well as Eskom spoke about it. But smart meter load limiting obviously provides us with a lot of opportunities, not only in terms of accurate billing, but obviously one of the issues that we've picked up currently, for example, in certain areas, be it Naturena in the south or Maibu here in the Midrand areas, is that once we go on a large scale audit program, you'll never win in terms of community resistance. So a smart meter load limiting gives you the opportunity to have an online view 24 hours, whether a customer is bypassed, whether he's buying, what is happening. And we are able to deal with small customers at a time, rather than wait 6 months and deal with a large group. And also it will assist with some of the issues. For example, Eskom will say, give us 6,000. But that 6,000 will, I don't know if that's the case, I don't want to speak for Eskom, but when I was in the pricing department of Eskom, we'll assume that for 12, you did this thing for the last 6 or 12 months, average it out, then it's 6,000. And that was the rationale why 6,000 at the time. But if you've got the smart meter limiting, you are able to take interventions timeously and quickly. Because you are able to see what is happening at the same time. So with us, we are currently busy with firmware upgrades. We currently have about the population of about 28,000 that is ready now, that can give us 117 megawatts. So we are now busy on the field basically to complete the other firmware upgrades and so forth. But also it will reduce the cost in terms of the municipalities, in terms of the cost of auditing and administration of these meters and so forth, over and above accurate billing and so forth. Then there's the issues around some of the alternative energy innovations. One of the programs that will be rolling out here to support the decarbonization of the city, as well as the uptake of the electric vehicles, will be starting with a proof of concept rollout at City Power by installing the electric charging stations and procuring 1 or 2 electric vehicles as a proof of concept, and then we'll be rolling out across the city. Thereafter, some in collaboration with the petrol filling stations and so forth, and also putting it as strategic facilities of the city in terms of high traffic volume area. Chair, I think I will leave it, sorry, next slide, I think next one. Yes, I said in terms of the longer term in the power purchase agreement, typically the 20-year one, I think this is just a summary in terms of the timelines, in terms of getting the approvals, right? In terms, obviously, we still at an internal phase, getting approval from the council. We already got approval in terms of the City Power executive and the board. At the time, we had obviously we were delayed by certain circumstances beyond our control in terms of changes as far as the executive is concerned and so forth. I don't want to dwell into that, but obviously we have to restart this process again so that we get it past the council, and then in terms of CoGTA as the custodian of the Municipal Systems Act, as I said, Chair, we've been engaging with the officials. I think they've seen this presentation, some of the officials in here, they're quite familiar with it, to ensure that our plan does not basically hinder our obligations in terms of providing services, and that should be easy once it's gone past council. We've also been continuing to engage with the GTEC unit of National Treasury in terms of seeking guidance, in terms of reviews and recommendations, in terms of Section 33 of the MFMA, and in looking at other possibilities where we can request exemptions, because obviously most of the balance sheets of the municipalities are not strong enough, basically, for them to give a straight thumbs up to say you can go into a very long-term power purchase agreement. And I think National Treasury is do guard against such issues to ensure the financial sustainability of the municipalities, basically to honor this long-term power purchase agreement. So those engagements are also ongoing and so forth. And thereafter we will then be able to take our strategy document or our energy plan, so to speak, to both DMRE for approval as well as NERSA for concurrence. I thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Members, I know that was quite a lot of information, but I wanted us to get it in its entirety so that we engage, we have a much greater understanding of where we are. Okay, let me start by noting on this side, questions, clarities, comments, etc. And then when you do engage, just say, are you directing that question to CoGTA, to Eskom, or to City Power, so that they also are able to answer appropriately. Let me see on this side. Member Delanga, I'll note you. Member Mhlangomo, Member Ngube, Member Malema, if you have anything by that time.
If you want me to speak, I'll speak.
Politicians, huh? We can speak on any topic at any time. Yeah, we might have covered you by then. Hopefully you'll cover some of my questions as well. Member Delanga, you can take us through. Oh, sorry, everyone, this is Member Delanga. She joined us while the presentations were taking place. So I just wanted to introduce you there as well.
Chair, thank you very much. I think if I can just start by saying that the last presentation from City Power, thank you very much. But I also noted that it's not completely updated, the one that we received. There are a couple of pages we still going to need, please. If I can start with City Power, it was interesting to hear that if something goes wrong with Johannesburg, then the country will feel it. And I think that just underlines the severity of the responsibility that we sit with in Gauteng. I just want to ask, when we receive presentations of this nature and the report, please can the presenters just remember that this is foreign language for some of us. I do not understand the legends. Tried to write some of them down. STPPP, the DMRE, the IPP, PPA, the SEM. Hey, please, can we put legends to all of this so that it explains this is what it stands for and just a one-liner on this is what it means, so that I can also decipher and understand what you guys are trying to tell us. It'll just make it easier for us, because I'm sitting here with a lot of stuff and I don't know what to ask because I'm not really sure what it refers to. If I can go to Eskom, I do have a question there, but that refers to Lesedi, and I don't think there was a presentation including Lesedi, but just for interest sake, if I can ask, because I'm sure it might be relevant on other municipalities as well. For instance, they pay for a 20 amp, but they need 60 amp, but they only receive 18,500 from the DMRE. Who is to pay the difference? And where would they get the funds from? My apologies if it's not part of this. If you want to answer it afterwards, I understand. I'm just trying to get to the information we need. And then to the MEC. I'm sorry, MEC.
You'll take my question.
Will you take your questions? All right, thank you. Questions I've got there is, where is infrastructure department going to get enough manpower to do the additional projects if they cannot even handle the current targets? Are we going to outsource? And what was in the planning? And then if the department plans for the solar farms, do they also budget for security? I think we all know that security is a huge issue nowadays with the solar farms as well. And I think when we do budget for the development of solar farms, we also need to take in consideration whoever is going to be responsible for the security thereof. And then another thing, the municipalities, I've always said, they should not see electricity as a revenue, and I totally concur with the MEC in that regard. But we must also remember that municipalities have totally disregarded and blundered the source of income that they have in other sources. We're talking about municipal parks that was rented out, we're talking sport facilities, we're talking the game reserves, especially the one in Krugersdorp. There's nothing left. And those, if you look at it, in the municipality, were a huge source of income. That has already been taken away. So all that municipalities have now is water and electricity. So if we take the electricity away, soon we're going to look at the water as well. What is the replacement of the department in their planning in terms of an income, a revenue income for the municipalities? Then also skills capacity. That starts at school level. Now, does the department ever talk to the Department of Education at provincial level, and that should go to national? Because that was written out of the curriculum, especially for children that was not academically inclined, but more practical. They were the people that, or the youngsters that we schooled to become the people who has got the necessary skills. Now that is gone out of the curriculum. What are we doing to incorporate that back into the system? There's no point in saying that we're going to use skills, but if we do not supply the skills and train the skills, it's like the medical doctors. They're all going out of the country. We do not give the children that we've got here, the youngsters, opportunities. So what are we actually doing? We are taking something away without supplying on the other hand. And I don't know if the departments actually correspond with each other in terms of that. I think just one other very important thing. MEC, I hear what you say when you say sending people, people must pay for electricity and for services used. But I mean, we are just writing off, and the Premier is driving it very hard to write off Soweto's debt. So what are we telling people? If you push hard enough, if you don't pay long enough, your debt will be written off. So what do we say? Are there only certain communities that must pay and certain communities don't pay? We'll write it off at the end of the day. We just need to get our facts straight if we go back to the media and to communities in terms of what the message is that we're really trying to tell people. Pay or don't pay. I'm just trying to get behind that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Mtlankomo.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for presentations. Mine is just a clarity-seeking question to Eskom about the 6,000 amount that is supposed to be paid by residents. I just want to be clear, residents are no longer required to pay that 6,000, but instead it's 500 rands. And then again, when Eskom says people will be switched on after paying 60% of that particular amount, what happens to people who didn't invite this disconnection of electricity into their households? Because I believe if this is, the cause of this is the bypassing of electricity, illegal vendors, and then overloading. In terms of illegal vendors, it should be Eskom's business to deal with them. And then what measures have they taken as Eskom to cap these illegal vendors? I've got 2 words that I can refer to in terms of the disconnection and transformer issues. Ward 129 in sub-region C, Johannesburg, which is Doronkop area, Tulani block 8. And let me say just maybe all blocks, they've got this transformer issue. And then Mdeni, Ward 130, whereby they also got issue with their exploded electricity box. So what is it that Eskom, or how fast will Eskom rescue these residents? Because it's been almost 3 months, others it's 8 months without electricity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Ngube.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable MEC, for your detailed report on this summit you had. And thank you for all the presenters. I am Honorable Ngube, a member of this committee. Honorable MEC, I'm not sure whether the resolutions from the, I may call it wrongly, from the energy summit were publicly reported on media, in particular TV. People believe what they see and hear. These are very good commitments and plans which the community has to be kept briefed in terms of the what is happening and progress. In terms of the, what I will raise is the question of the you raised you read the WhatsApp that came from the councillor. I also want to raise one example here. Ward 33 in Soweto. I was talking to the councillor on Saturday, and the councillor was saying the community is angry at her. They have even written a petition to send it to the city and the chief whip of the majority, of chief whip of the ANC, for the removal of the councillor because of the transformer that is broken for long. The community has already contributed money, I think 2.5 per home, per house. And after that, I think they were told by Eskom that they are not supposed to replace. But already people have suffered and are suffering. But they are calling for the head of the councillor. The time that you take when transformers have burned or stolen or whatever it is, it puts us as public reps in danger. I used to stay at Innerdale. They even burned the house of the councillor. And he also has to hide somewhere and not sleep at home because of the sins that are not created by him. But the community, when they see him, they will see the problem. So I think in Soweto is Eskom. So we need an agent, and when you say agent, it should be an agent as yesterday. On Saturday, she was saying those community that want to send because they want her to sign the petition that is ousting her. But she said, I'm prepared to sign. This is not my problem, it's the Eskom's problem. So our lives are in danger. In terms of the exemption of, let me talk about Egoruleni. We have Egoruleni, we have Boranbeck, we have Bosentin, and other areas that are the hub of industry. I'm not sure, because there is no city power there. Eskom, I'm told that you used to exempt some of the industries there. And I saw your article that says you are now withdrawing that leverage. And when I visited there, they raised the question, some of them that I met, they raised the question of saying, you're killing the industry. It is known all over that Egoruleni is a hub of the industry. But then, if then there's a switch off, then it's job loss. It's the industry that will move to other areas in Africa, and they go and relocate there. That is the high implication. We already are having a large number of people that are unemployed, that have been retrenched, and companies, others are moving out of Gauteng. So that is very key, which also includes, you mustn't tell us that the minister says there will be no exemption for hospitals. People are dying.
Babies in incubators.
Yes, they are dying. Innocent lives are dying because of this. Yes, it might not be your problem because the minister has already proclaimed, but Ubuntu, there is Ubuntu Butu, because in loss of lives, it's a right to people to live. So you have other areas where you can shed the load, and these ones must be exempted because there are high implications for it. Yesterday when I was checking the national key points, I don't know whether it elapsed on me. Whether City Power and Eskom, are you declared as national key points? As I'm asking that, I'm asking in relation to security. So that, because where the question of vandalism and theft is very high in Gauteng. It's like, it's treason. And the security, the police are unable to run around and be able to catch them. So what I will ask, what kind of security are you having there? You will also recall that these mafias, they also attack the police stations. And now you find the police stations being guarded by private security. Because when police meet fire with fire, the whole public complain to say, look at what the police have done. So now it's like their hands are tied in the back to say how do they respond when they are attacked, and when also they're on duty doing what they are expected to do. So we saw the president showing us the team of the army in terms of the railway, which was stolen up to from Cape Town to the end of South Africa. All over where there was a railway line, it's gone. So he showed us that the army is being deployed. So if both of you, Eskom and City Power, you are declared as a national key point, so why then are we allowing these people who are hell-bent on stripping off all the infrastructure that we have? Yesterday we were listening to different municipalities. The worst part of it is the impact that is done by illegal mining in the West Rand, where all the pipes are gone, the transformers and all those things, replacement, they come back, they take. Because the power or the capacity of the police is not enough. It needs the army to be deployed there. So if we are not yet declared as national key point, in terms of the security plan that you told us, what is it that will then enhance the security and bar these people who are hell-bent on destroying our infrastructure, which impacts the community? And the community don't blame you, they blame the government, the ruling parties. ANC, don't even say government, they say it's ANC. So when they see us, they see enemies of them to say who are denying them their basic right in terms of water and electricity. So the timeline leaves much to be desired. Takes 3 months, takes 7 months, take 9 months. Remember 2021 in Soweto, it was 9 months in some of the areas. And you punished even those that were paying. Why? The costers will say, not even the costers, the workers will say an injury to one is an injury to all. And we're applying the same thing, which is wrong. To say, no, in Soweto you're generalizing instead of being specific. This one is paying, that one is paying, that one is not paying. You switch off to those that they are not paying. And those ones that are duly paying, but you also punish them. I think even now, that's the case. When you drive to Orlando, some infrastructure is destroyed because they're always bending the tires. Pinville, they're always bending the tires. And others, up to Bomden and Aledi, it's the same thing. So your timeline leaves much to be desired. But in Ubuntu, Batupili, there's that principle. Whether it used to be emphasized by Kada Asman, but it's still there. Batupili is a principle that we need to implement. The okay, let me not go to the defaulters. You have already, the concern has been raised already. The informal settlement. When City Power was presenting, I was asking the chairperson whether do we have the metros here? Because this one goes to metros and yourself on the informal settlement. Let me make one example. Ward 7 in Joburg. We went there to campaign by elections. The easy nyoga that we found there, they're lying like this down, like this, lying very big cables lying down here. And like, it was raining yesterday. And it keeps on raining every day. Aren't we having people that have died, been tripped by this easy nyoga? Well, whether it was true or not, they said not even one, but it's impossible. Water and electricity, they don't mix. So they are lying down there. Said, why are they doing this? They say this part has been proclaimed, no, this part is the stands that were serviced. So then electricity was connected to them. There's also a big part which does not form those stands that were serviced. And then that's where the Isnyoga come from. But what do? That they from their homes, they connect to those that service stands, and then hence the transformer always burns. And who gets punished are those maybe that are duly being connected. But the issue is, there are warm bodies that are staying there, whether they were part of the stands that were serviced or not serviced. They are just, it's these ones and these ones there, same community, just separated by the street. And the other one is not getting electricity. Then I interviewed them. So who did this? No, it's someone. And we pay. They say they pay to that person who connected them with this Inyogano. How much are you paying? Some are paying 200 rands and some are paying 500 rands. And if that is the case, what will stop them if you connect them for them to pay either Eskom or City Power, which is responsible to connect electricity there? So by omission or whatever commission, you might be promoting the illegal connection. However, I was also told in one area that no, the informal settlement, this site, have not been proclaimed by the municipality, meaning the council has not taken the decision of declaring that informal settlement, I don't know the name, what do they call it, when they say they recognize their existence. So failure for the council, for councils, let me say council, because Eguruleni, they said they've long done that. But in Joburg, I know there are many areas which are not connected in the electricity because the council has not taken decision of saying this informal settlement must be electrocuted or whatever it is. So the CoGTA representative will have to clarify there. The other thing is the question of the wrong billing. It's still continuing. We thought it's only Joburg, but now it's also Eguruleni, they also cry about the wrong billing. It's a long problem that has been there in City of Joburg. When I was still a treasurer of CoGTA province, we kept on raising this issue, that people are not paying because they receive huge amount, and this person is just staying alone. No, it's wrong billing. And you ask yourself, okay, don't we have officials employed to do that? If not so, why then we have all the highly recognized universities in Gauteng and University of Technology in Gauteng? Why then are we keep on having these problems? And there are people that are unemployed, qualified people that can deal with these things rather than always sing one song of wrong billing. So Eskom in Soweto, we even now were saying that this is a number one opposition party, because you know the cries of Soweto, and they don't want to see us there because of this perpetual switch off of the electricity or access to electricity. So the question then of zero tolerance to illegal miners and those that are organized crime, who always keep on, we replace this, they come back, they know it's being replaced. They even dig the cables. They know, if they know where do these cables run, then it raises questions. I know I've read about an article of a City Power official that was found doing the wrong thing in terms of cables and all those things. An employee, I don't know about Eskom, maybe even Eskom also, it's an inside job. We don't know. The question of this plan that you presented here, there was a pronouncement by the late Jolie in terms of changing the face of City Power in order to ensure that it's not solely depending on Eskom. I don't know whether that thing has been resolved or not, or there is another way now of dealing with, because we know metros are also allowed to ensure that they also supply energy to where they are. Municipalities are allowed as metros. The overload, like I indicated, that the other ones are coming from you. You are the cause, and maybe the other one that I must raise also. The community of Gauteng has grown. As we speak, Joburg only is 10.5 community, according to the recent stats. 10.5 of people. How many are being targeted in terms of your supply? Because maybe you still are supplying them according to pre-1994. After 94, everybody came here. They are always coming daily into Gauteng, and they just decide where to stay, and then increases. That's why they have to go there where there is electricity and connect. So by mission or commission, there is that, but an unintended consequence of the illegal connection. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member Malema, you're not under pressure to speak. It's if you wanted to add anything.
Yeah, no, thank you for exempting me not to speak. But let me just, because I think somewhat to a great extent, Honorable Chair, I'm covered by those who came before me. I don't have a lot of questions. I think, firstly, allow me to basically start off by welcoming all the presentations that were made here, very comprehensive. We are grateful. Honorable MEC, we are happy that today you are here. And we know that it is not your style not to attend the meetings. You have always been attending our meetings, so we understand. But we were very angry yesterday. I think we were well represented by the chair when we did not see you, because we are not used to not having you when you are invited to come here. But as a point of departure, you started by reading out a statement to Eskom. We are hoping that they will respond to that statement, which was forwarded to you by one of the community leaders. I think it's very important because it has some sort of far-reaching consequences on the part of the community. There's going to be some instability, there are protests there, so it will be in the interest of all of us that we get that matter resolved. Maybe directing my questions firstly to CoGTA. I think that is the first one. The second other one, we have noted that there is Gauteng Energy Crisis Response Plan. And part of that plan is that you are intending to install the rooftop solar panels to some government facilities to try and mitigate the adverse effects of this electricity outages and so on. Don't you think that it will be appropriate and prudent that that should also be extended to individual households because in your constituent communities as the government, because it's not only government facilities that are affected adversely so by the electricity outages. I mean, it's also wreaking havoc in many families in your constituent communities. So I think it will stand to reason that that should as well be, in a way, extended to some communities where it is needed. Then the other thing, CoGTA or MSU, on behalf of the department, you've said something about the joint plan for infrastructure assets. I don't know what is that all about. Maybe I missed the point when you elaborated on the details pertaining to that. But I want to understand as to what is it for, how is that going to assist to deal with this thing of energy crisis in the province, and who are the role players there in that joint plan, if we can be taken into confidence there. CoGTA, are you satisfied with the response that you got from Eskom trying to justify the 6,000, which has to be paid by some indigent households in order for them to get some reconnection? I have a view, but I do not want to have a view on your behalf as CoGTA. But as a responsible government department representing the will of the people, obviously, I think we would appreciate to hear you responding to that if indeed it augurs well with you, and if not, what you think should happen between you and Eskom in order to mitigate the adverse effects of that 6,000 that has to be posed to or imposed on our indigenous people whom we know that they are unable, they don't have the means to pay that 6,000. And interchangeably, so you made mention of purchase power agreements vis-a-vis memorandum of understanding. I don't know what are the variants, what is the difference between the two, and what objects are they seeking to assist, if we can be clarified on that. Why memorandum of understanding and also power purchase agreement directed to Eskom. You said the biggest culprits when it comes to revenue losses are the two metros, I think City of Johannesburg and the City of Tshwane. I don't know if maybe at some point you did engage the two just to get to understand as to what could be the attributing factors towards that. I know for a fact that I think all of us, you may be aware that at some point many of the municipalities struggled to collect revenue as a direct ramification of the COVID-19 pandemic. The constraints that were imposed on them by COVID-19 made them to a certain extent not to be viable when it comes to revenue collection. So I don't know if maybe that would also be part of the reasons why, or part of the reasons that would have been adjusted to you by those municipalities. But then what are the arrangements between you? Because I mean, you have to render services to communities. You have to be self-sustainable as Eskom, and you will want to have, you will want to heavily rely on those revenue streams from the side of the municipalities and so on. So I also want to understand as to the impact, the negative impact that would have on your side, that there's a lot of money that is being owed, or that is being owed by metros. I know for a fact that at some point we were told City of Tshwane was unable to pay you, I think, to amount, I think there was a debt to the tune of more than 1 billion. I'm not sure if I'm correct in that. And obviously that would have some negative impacts on your ability to render services to your customers or to your users there. So if you can share with us on that one as well. Yeah. The revenue loss as a result of the so-called zero bias. I don't know what does that mean. I mean, what is zero buyer? Are you implying that these are the people who are using your services and they're not paying for those services, or what does that mean? But if you have identified and be able to even coin or characterize those people as zero buyers, do you have some remedial steps in place aimed at making sure that we don't have these people called zero buyers? Or everybody who's supposed to be buying should buy, except for those that are unable to pay. They don't have the means, you know. And some of them, they may even want to, and I think they will even deserve to have their debts written off. Some of those are found in the townships, in the informal settlements, in the villages. But the latter part of my statement, it's what would then be form part of the engagement between you and the government. Yeah, I think, Chair, and you've also, I think when you started your presentation, you mentioned that the root causes, some of the root causes for failure are the transformers, the illegal connections, the bypassings, and so on. So, you know, yeah, you're saying illegal sellers. What are the measures? Do you have a process plan to deal with those kind of things? Do you have measures in place to make sure that those things get to be prevented going forward? And if there are illegal sellers of your products, surely you should be having legal recourse against those people. Are there measures that were taken against those to make sure that they are prevented from doing that, because they are also, you know, their misdemeanor has negative impact on your mandate. You said something about resolutions between yourselves and the MEC, if not with the Department of CoGTA. Remember you said, no, we shared the resolutions when you started. Yeah, maybe, I don't know if maybe I'm repeating this, but we are so much interested to understand those resolutions as to the details, so that at least we can have a full appreciation of whether those resolutions would in a way assist in making sure that we deal with this thing of energy crisis in the province. Yeah, I think I've dealt with the write-offs. You know, we will support the write-offs, especially when that is directed to those who do not have the means to pay. You know, because we understand that there are those that do not have the means, but there are those who do have the means, and those who are having the means will support that they must pay in order for you to be able to continue rendering services. You see, not everybody in Soweto qualifies to not to pay for services, and not everybody in Soweto qualifies to pay for services. So I think that should be taken very serious at the level of your engagements with the provincial government there. Yeah, well, I don't want to repeat, and I concur with you, Honorable Member, on the wrong billing. It's a serious problem of wrong billing, because I think there are those billings that are based on estimations. And you don't even understand, at some point you even fail to understand the logic behind the estimations that are made. You know, they're just, some of them, it's just madness of the highest order, and they end up causing unnecessary frustration on the part of those that are your consumers. So please work on that. If you can share with us if there's any mechanism or process placed in place to try and make sure that this thing of wrong billing does not continue. In a way, it has to be dealt with. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I was very precise, very short. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know how short any of us are truly, but I appreciate that. Like I said to our stakeholders, this is a very active committee. You can see that. I also have quite a number of questions, so I'm going to ask you to bear with me. And I think as we continue to engage, as we understand the processes, perhaps they'll become less in nature or more precise in that way. And I'm going to try not to repeat where it's been repeated. Let me start with CoGTA and the MEC and this Energy Emergency Crisis Response Plan. I think we're quite clear in using energy alternatives for the public discourse, and we all agree with that. From a policy perspective, that's important. So we want to, I think, commend the fact that across all three presentations, that was something that came out very strongly. I'm interested in the Rooiwal Power Station. Yesterday, you know, we got presentations from City of Tshwane and yourselves about Rooiwal and the nature of the water crisis there. So it is very interesting and important for us to understand the further plans, budgetary and otherwise, on the Merifong Power Station. I think members of the public will remember the Hammanskraal water crisis, etc. So how are we going to juxtapose the upgrades that are going to be done to the Rooiwal water treatment plant area? Because I know the power station will likely have some effect there. So that's interesting and important for us, but also if there are timelines. I know it's a futuristic plan, but it would just be interesting to know. I'm also very interested, and this is a general question actually to all of our stakeholders, around the dispatchable energy and things that can be moved around. How viable is it for us to start thinking about supporting SMMEs with that kind of energy generation? Because we know that some of the lifeblood of the economy, even the informal economy, are these SMMEs, and they are the worst hit. They can't afford generators. They can't afford solar power. And so 3 or 4 hours a day continuously without power is devastating, because they can't keep their businesses afloat. They have to let people go, etc., etc. And then, of course, you know, the economic crisis linked to that. So I'm very interested to know what we could do there. The waste to energy concept in Ekurhuleni, is that already being done, or is that a plan that we want to do? I think generally from our side, we would want to prioritize the impacts that have a high impact on load shedding, as in with the most ability to reduce the load shedding rate, right? So from a policy perspective or a policymaker's perspective, that would be fundamentally important to us. What do we do to reduce the load shedding in the fastest way possible? So I thought it's just important to say that. It's not a question, it's a comment, so that I think the executive understands where we are as policymakers. Let me continue on that one, and then I'll get to my other stakeholders, also to MEC and to the CoGTA department. What capacity truly is there to drive the energy plan? And this is particular also because what kind of assistance is going to be provided by those mentioned GBG departments, Treasury, Economic Development, Infrastructure. I think infrastructure we're a little more clearer on, but the particularities on those other departments, because we're trying to understand the capacity to implement the plan that you've put forward. Also, the envisioned energy plan. Are we going to see the implementation of smart meters in Merifong in particular? We know the status of Merifong. I think everybody here knows it, but I'm very interested to know about how we're going to see that implementation in this plan. And in the same way, this response plan, how is it linked with your strategic outcome 2? And that's particular to the spatially integrated cities, or those transformed communities in the province. And it's going to be linked to a question I'm going to ask you, Amanda, around spatial apartheid and the discourse of how we spread electricity. But this one is to the provincial CoGTA. That's how is this plan linked to your strategic outcome 2? Just making sure I've covered everything for them. Yes, I think so. Let me now move to Eskom. I'm covered on what Member Ncube was talking about, illegal connections and those who do pay. We know that crooks will always find a way around it. So we need to think a little bit more deeply and maybe a little bit more creatively about how we ensure implementation. Also, it's important communities know who are the illegal connectors. It's something where, yeah, they're very well aware. And if you build relationships with these communities, they will point you directly to where the problem is. They may be afraid to say Mang Mang, but you can go to that location, and with enough trust, they will likely just tell you, because they want to have electricity and they want to have their transformers repaired easily, etc. And I think a lot can really go a long way, or a short amount of time can go a long way in just building those relationships with communities, because then they'll tell you. I mean, we've experienced this. When we go into schools or clinics where there's destruction and you have a close relationship with the community, they'll tell you, Mang Mang there did it, faster than the police can tell you. So there's really that intangible thing that we need to get to, where of course there'll always be hostility, right, because of where we are and the lack of electricity. But if you approach it from a way of saying, we understand your frustration, community, help us find the right problem, and then we can intervene there. I'm glad we're all agreeing on the smart meters and its implementation and how that's going to help us. The other crisis here is a cultural problem. And I don't mean this in terms of tribal culture. I mean this as a South African culture of defiance, of paying for things. It's the same thing, unfortunately, when you get an 18-year-old driver, first-time driver, thinks it's okay to bribe a cop. It's the same kind of culture that we need to work on. And this is not a question, it's just a comment for all of us to really think more deeply around it, because you need to bring about a societal behavioral change. And that's something we need to think about on a strategic level. You know, maybe we need to get in behavioral psychologists to advise us and say, well, this is actually what you guys need to think about doing. Because it's not just about paying from the pocket, it's about changing the culture of how we do things. In other countries where society is more stable, Paul will phone the police to tell them I'm doing something illegal, without any incentive, without anything. He'll do that because you're building that society, and I think that's something we need to think about. In terms of the failed transformers, this was the question I'm linking it to now, the spatial apartheid concept. I would wager the majority of those failed transformers are in townships and historically disadvantaged areas. Now, this is important because when you think about spatial apartheid and you think about how our cities were planned, more infrastructure was always going to be invested in historically white areas, right? Less infrastructure in historically black areas, blacks in general. We need to close that gap beyond just repairing failed transformers and understanding that this is not just a problem of, yes, it's a problem of overloading, but there's a problem of overloading because we have not invested in our townships as a historic apartheid legacy. So we must be fair and say there must be payment, but we must also be fair and understand that this is a systematic issue that we were not going to solve in 5 or 10 years' time. And that does require us saying we need to invest more money into upgrading the services, bulk services in townships and historically black areas, because we have not inherited a system that was designed to provide services to us. And that's why in Lens, in Aldos, in Soweto, there will always be problems. So I want us to juxtapose and understand that it's not just non-payment. And when you think about it more broadly, it then says, right, of the £1 million I've got, 500,000-600,000 we're going to invest in townships. And I think that's something that's very important. We must be unapologetic about it because we're never going to change society without it. But also we need to think beyond it. This waste to energy concept, that's why I was asking you about it. We see dumping in township communities all the time. We can kill 2 birds with 1 stone here. If we have a place where we can, inverted commas, dump, like landfill site or whatever, why can't we then use that as a waste to energy treatment plant or something like that, so that we're starting to generate electricity beyond just the solar rooftops? And I'm very happy to hear that, because members, they'll tell you I've been blue in the face for 3 years talking about that. So I think that's fundamentally important. I also noticed, Amanda, in the Ikuruleni failed transformers slide, if you look at 2023, from the 1st month to the 7th month, you've lost more sales in terms of these failed transformers. I'm just interested to know why. Is that because City Power has now cut and intervened? You guys did that whole, yeah, I know Ekurhuleni residents are very upset about that, but that you've implemented load shedding, but I just want to understand why there's a loss of sales there. Okay, on Kagiso, I'm just going to emphasize the point MEC said, because that also has come to my attention. That's Ward 12 in Kagiso. There was a promise to reinstall all the faulty transformers, and this is an ongoing issue. That's why we were told that today is I think it's the 16th, tomorrow's the 17th, and this is the deadline that I think you guys agreed on with the community. And we've seen over the last few months major protest action in that area, and that's because of this kind of problem. And I know that Eskom does need to do a follow-up there. So this is us asking you to go and follow up with the right people to tell us what's going on there in Kagiso. I've also got one from Randburg, that's the North Riding substation. Big issues there, Ward 134 in particular, high rate of outages, and they also want to know what's the plan there in terms of that substation. So I thought it's very important to mention those. Sorry, you're going to bear with me, it's quite a lot, but as we meet more often, you'll see the rate of questions will decrease and be more particular. All right, interestingly, very important, what would be the opportunity cost for Eskom for transferring the portion of infrastructure to municipalities through enforcing bylaws such as credit controls, bylaws, and indigent policies? So what we're trying to understand is maybe we need to take away that function from Eskom and put it into municipalities because it might be easier for them to implement. But what would that opportunity cost be, right? We also don't want to cripple a parastatal in that way. You're also speaking to a portfolio committee that lies between the two, right? Local and national. And therefore, we're in a very unique position to pull on both sides and say, well, actually, this is what needs to happen. Also, this is to the MEC, but also to Eskom. In your view, and this is, you're going to take this one, obviously it's not a personal matter, it's how we're trying to understand things. But wouldn't it be better for National Treasury, and this is also, MEC, I'm interested in your view on this, wouldn't it be better for National Treasury to settle municipal debt instead of bailing out Eskom? So we give the money through municipalities instead. And I'm saying this because what's being created now through both Eskom and National Treasury is an environment where you're benefiting from both sides. So you're benefiting from a bailout, but you're still requiring revenue to be paid from municipalities. And I'm saying that because we're doing a lot of work in this particular province to capacitate municipalities to be able to do their basic functions, such as pay Eskom. And if there's this constant thinking of, okay, we're going to be bailed out, you'll see municipalities don't plan for that. Or rather, they plan based on the fact that they think they'll, it will be shoved aside. And that also removes capacity in some ways from municipalities. So that's why we're asking that. Also, I think the Soweto one has been spoken about, but how much maintenance are we doing to these mini substations, particularly in Soweto, because that one we're under a lot of pressure from. And then also to Eskom, how do you guys intervene on businesses that's a large power users that take the municipality to court when they dispute billing? Is there any role there that Eskom plays? Because we are also trying to understand that in not terms of just a revenue collection issue, but a billing problem. Also, difficult one, but what's your role in terms of illegal connections on invaded land and your estimated revenue loss? So your role and the revenue loss. And then my last question to Eskom is, how is the Eskom infrastructure keeping up with developments in the province? So we see these malls popping up everywhere, property developments. Are we able to keep up with that? And then there's also high interest that's charged to defaulting municipalities, and that also cripples them in repaying the debt. So I think there's a broader question between MEC, Treasury, etc., that needs to happen so that we are able to actually move beyond this idea of just crippling municipalities with debt. Let me go to City Power. Sorry, I know I'm taking some time, but it is important. Okay, those who are going off the grid, and I know what we're talking about, the one direction of electricity. And I've done some research into that, but I'm trying to understand if we futuristically thinking, we want to get the excess power from all of these people who are putting up solar in their homes and businesses, how much in terms of a budgetary element is it going to cost us to create a system that has bi-generation power back and forth? And for me, it's also not just about the technical aspect, MEC, it's also about the giving back concept. So even though you're going off the grid by having a borehole, by having solar power, you're still a part of South African society. And if we don't create this idea of you belong to something bigger, not only are you removing revenue generation from City Power and Eskom, you're also creating this thing where citizens think that they're not governed by anything or anyone, right? I don't pay a rates and taxes on electricity much. I might pay a license fee here or there. My water doesn't come. Can you see the problem? Why then is it important to vote? Why is it important to have members of parliament? So there's a much broader philosophical issue there. Also, the problem with removing of licenses, and I know this is not a you issue, I'm saying this to us as MPs and MPLs, it's excellent now because people are installing all these things. In 3 to 4 years' time, when we need to bolster revenue generation, it's going to be very hard to do that because we won't know who has what. And then to try and issue licensing is going to be a problem because nobody is going to want to do it. And I think we need to think more broadly about a policy perspective there. Excellent ideas that have come through on City Power. There's virtual PV power station. What about security? The big thing that came out yesterday in all of the water treatment plants is security. So we're going to do all this investment, which we must do, but what then happens later on? Do we have the ability to protect that infrastructure? Or what are we thinking about in that regard? And then my two last points are on the grid electrification, the microgrid, that's informal settlements. This one's important because if we electrify more informal settlements, you are literally bringing the service there. There's no need to get an illegal connection. So in the ward that I'm from, in Mayfair, Slovo Park does not have electrification. So what do? They go to the nearest roads that do have electrified systems, and they plug in, or they do, I don't know how it works. They do the illegal connection there. But if you provide electricity to those areas, number one, it's a service, but number two, you're very quickly going to be able to pick up where there's illegal connections faster, right? Because you're going to see on this particular grid in that area, there's just too much load, et cetera, et cetera. So there's huge benefit to electrifying it, and I think it's quite important to emphasize this, that when we do our work well as government, communities respond well, but also we solve our own problems, right? We're able to regulate a system much better because we're in and out of those communities all the time. So that's very, very important. Those solar high masts, can they be used for traffic lights? It's a simple thing, right? When there's load shedding, apart from there being accidents and problems, I yesterday was driving, I don't know if it was on Gordon Road or something, a person, I think they passed away, was knocked down by a car because of this load shedding thing with the traffic lights and everything, and I think that person may have passed away because they were covered. So there's real life implications. You think a traffic light, it's not that important. It's not the hospital. Of course, the hospital is fundamental. But there's other further implications. So I'm wondering if we can use that for traffic lights. Provincial CoGTA, there's a lot of work you're going to need to do once they get council approval. And there we're going to really sit on you to fast track that process. Because once City Power comes back and says, right guys, we're ready with the IPP program. You guys need to be ready to run. And I wish the HOD was here, MEC. You need to push him. So that as soon as it comes, you're ready. I think I'm going to conclude with that because there's quite a lot, and I'll give you sufficient time to respond. MEC, do you want to begin?
Thank you very much. And thanks for the questions that have been asked. I think on the issue, the first one that I will answer is on the issue of the message that we're sending, whether we're saying people should pay, and at the same time we're saying debt should be written off. Look, and I think the chairperson has tried to bring in some context. It's a historical problem. It's the number one, and the chair has gone into details. So I don't want to repeat that. But secondly, that being the historical problem, the second part of it is that our message is clear: people must pay for services. That is why we went to the summit or to the expo and said, when the issue of flat rate was raised, and said, no, we're not there. We think people must pay this. And I think how it was raised finally in that expo, it is in the context of the indigent people, that we've got to look at it from that particular context, because indigent are like almost in a flat rate of some kind, but we've got to look at it from that point of view. But to say that there must be flat rate, it will be a defeating approach, will be defeating the essence of what we're trying to and our two key issues we talk about. We said migrate everybody to meters. Those who are disconnected, in order to deal with the issue of illegal connection and so on, the new entrances, make sure that you connect them. In other words, the issue that the chair is raising, ensure that all the informal settlement, there's rollout of electricity and so on and so on. So once you have done all of those, there will be no need for people to illegally connect, because you've got electricity, deal with your situation. And hence we're emphasizing the issue of prepaid electricity as such. You will recall that we said immediately there was the Soweto issue, which Premier went public about it, because that was the issue that was addressed at a given time. But finally we said this rights-off must happen to all communities that are affected. Treasury came in later on and said we will do debt relief for all municipalities that are owing Eskom. And I'm sure I will present my opinion on the issue that the chair has raised. All municipalities that owe Eskom, we will do the debt relief thing. How it works, municipalities must make submission to Treasury and say, we owe Eskom the following, and we want you to write this off, because this will relieve us in order to provide this service to our communities. And that will run until the month of March. Anything beyond the month of March, municipalities must pay accordingly, right? So many of the municipalities have made submissions, and Eskom is evaluating some of those submissions. I know that, I think it's Rand West, that has already been approved, right? That the issue there are the conditions attached. Because the conditions attached are such that they don't want any municipalities to go back to that situation, which is logical, which is correct. Because if you don't do that, you will do the debt relief every time there's a problem. So they've got to demonstrate to Eskom and Treasury that we will not go back to the situation we're from. Meters, and we'll put meters, we'll ensure that we bill people appropriately, we'll clean our indigents, and all of those kind of things. That entire package, we've got to deal with it. And that is where we think MPs and MPLs comes in, because communities are going to be key in this particular process. It's not only the problem of Eskom or the problem of the department or so on. It's our problem. Let me also bring in the issues of transformers. You know, sometimes it beats my logic. Why would people want to pay monies to syndicates? You know, I listened to communities in Zola the other time and so on. No, we're paying these monies to, and some people said we were forced to pay, by the way. If you don't pay, a gun is pointed at you, you are forced to pay. So criminal syndicates are taking this thing over. And when people want to present this thing to public, they will say, communities are doing this thing all by themselves. Well, they were paying to them, and then they go and buy a transformer, and we want to install this transformer. No. Once we allow that thing to happen, we are becoming accomplices of the lawlessness that is happening. I think we must condemn that. I think we must not agree with that kind of a thing. If people are prepared to pay to the correct institution, relevant institution. Eskom is there, is relevant, is providing electricity. It says to you, let's pay 6,000, and instead of to negotiate with Eskom, rather than going your own alternate and get a criminal syndicate to provide electricity for you, because that's unsustainable and very dangerous. I mean, one old lady that said, "I'm forced. I have no. If I don't pay, they come in, they knock with guns and so on and so on." So we've got to be careful with regard to that issue. On the issue of the DID and the capacity, I think the first thing is that we've got the technical capacity to ensure that these projects are being implemented from the DID point of view. Secondly is that many of these projects, because we can provide the actual service as government. We don't have solar panels. We must go and get them from a service provider, and all of those things are going to be subjected to tender processes. Where we are, DID is at a stage where they're evaluating their tender processes. That's number one. Number two, we know that we are not electricity producer or supplier as a provincial government. That is the function of municipalities. That is why we said we're going to sign that memorandum of understanding with City Power, for instance. That is why we'll enter into the agreement with the City of Tshwane, City of Ekurhuleni. At least those ones, they can, outside City Power, they can provide those capacity to the entire process. So we looked at the situation in totality, but where we are confident is that because many of our buildings and so on belongs to DID, it is DID that will have to drive that particular problem, including the issues of hospitals and all of those kind of things. We are satisfied. Remember, part of the capacity is that we're going to have the Energy Council being part of the process, which Energy Council is directly chaired by the Premier. Secondly, within the Energy Council, we are going to establish the PMO, Project Management Office, which office would be constituted by technical experts who are going to help us to ensure that there's proper monitoring, evaluation, and implementation of the entire value chain or entire process of the interventions that we're making. So we took that into, because we looked at ourselves as government and said there's certain technical expertise that we don't have as government, particularly at a provincial level, because we're not meant to provide electricity as such. Given where we are, because we don't want to leave everything to municipalities, we want to also make our contribution. Given where we are, let's capacitate the process. I think on the issue of Merafong, we want to ensure we want that to run as a business. And I know where you're coming from, because we hired during COVID the building there and there was no security, and we don't think we will do the same thing with regard to this one. You know, and I want to link it with the question of revenue. Where will municipalities get revenue from? Our view is that municipalities must take advantage of the energy mix strategy and reposition themselves, because you can't remain where you are in the sense of electricity as it was as your revenue, because things are going to change. Things are moving toward a particular direction. So you can't insist on, you know, things must remain, the status quo must remain as a, they must take advantage of this. So one of the issues that we're thinking about is that municipalities can't establish these power plants, whether it's a solar plant and so on and so on, remove their communities of grid, alternatively sell that they produce there to Eskom. And in that way, they will make more money as such. So take advantage of this and think beyond where you are. And that's in our IGR with the mayors. We did raise these issues and we said, go back and think more. What else can be done? Because there are a lot of opportunities there. Whether you talk about battery storage and all of those kind of things, there's a lot of opportunities that municipalities can really get out of this particular process. So the issue of revenue we've dealt with. On the skills development, you will see we have started that process of ensuring that there's relevant skills that, but we want to link those skills directly to the on-job training. And I see you are asking about whether education department, yes, because we've got to divide this in terms of the short term, the medium term, and the long term. So on the short term, we did the 6,000 young people that must be trained. And that process has started. They've been linked to a lot of universities and so on. They've started to do those particular training. And when they come back, we link them with the projects that will be happening, particularly as the rooftops and all of those kind of initiatives. We want to link them up with it. But secondly, and we will answer the question of SMME. Secondly, we want them to form the small enterprises, wherein they would be able to act as a business on their own and get empowered. And in the long term, yes, the issues of curriculums and all of those kind of things to align them properly, because remember, the energy mix thing is going to be now where the country belongs. And therefore, we've got to prepare our people to do that. So that's our approach insofar as that is concerned. But we recognize the fact that with immediate effect, we've got to skill, particularly our young people, so that they can take advantage of what is going to happen. It links with the question that you asked, Member Malim, on extending this project of the rooftop to a household. Indeed, we are going to do that. The first people that we're going to prioritize are those who are in the RDP houses, because most of them are your indigents. So it will be better to take them off grid, or to ease the pressure of electricity cost from them by putting this the rooftop solar system or panels. There's inverters, there's battery storages, there's a whole lot of, and we said we're going to work with it as a basket, so that you remove a person totally from anything called load shedding. And not anything called load shedding, but also the issue of where there's outages. So that when there's outage, it must not affect that person. You can activate your inverter, you can activate your battery storage, and all of those things. And so those are the things that we're packaging in terms of this tender that will be led by the DDD. And once it works for government buildings and so on, it's tested and we're happy with, then we will roll it out to the house, to the household as such. And let me also bring in the issue of the illegal connections and what our contribution to transformers in particular. We want to work with Eskom. We are prepared to put budgets, because we understand. We're saying, of course, this is the problem that was created by communities. We accept all of those kind of things. But the problem is in our hands. What do we do? What we are wary of is to try, and I think that's even the attitude of Eskom, because I do understand them listening to them. What they are wary of is a situation where you put a transformer, right? They pay money, it's millions of rents, these things. You put a transformer, because you have not dealt with the causes. 2 days down the line, that transformer is gone. That's not investment. And that's where you're coming in, all of us as public representatives. What is a proper investment? Proper investment is that we've got to prepare our communities and remove them from, remove the illegal connections. Secondly, government must come in and ensure that those who don't have who are not connected gets connected, so that there is no overloading of the system. Because so long as there's overloading of the system, we will not be investing. And I'm sure that that's what Eskom is doing, and it's punishing the Eskom. But we're overloading, give us 6,000. For me, that's the issue there. So that it's your own money. When you blow it tomorrow, don't blame us. Because we've got to deal with all the causes. I think that's the point that because if those causes are not being dealt with, I can tell you, we can buy, we are ready. We are ready to buy as provincial government. I went to Premier and say, from the budget that we have in front of us, we can sort out this thing. But will that constitute an investment? It's not. But I can guarantee you, we can put Kagiso tomorrow. But because we have not dealt with the causes, 3 days down the line, gone. And would they come back to us and say, and you will end up accusing us of engaging ourselves in fruitless exercise as such. So that is why the expo, the second expo itself. And that's why we call a whole lot of community structures and community members in that expo that please help us. let's clean this thing, and then so that when we put these things back there, we know there won't be anything called overloading. And the causes of overloading has been explained properly here. Amongst others is these issues of the ghost vendors and so on. But the ghost vendors are your people, Eskom. They work for you. That's a fact. So my mom is not here. So my mom tells me, and say, hey, there are these guys, they said to me, I'll buy this electricity. Once off, I'll stay for 3 years without buying. I said, don't do that. And I said, but who are these people? They said, they're from Eskom. So you should be knowing them better. And those, many of us know those things. We don't want to talk about, but we know who are these people who are selling and creating all these problems for us. So we've got to do that. We are prepared, Eskom. I think the challenge will, and I saw the presentation, and I'm sure you, Chair, you always give us the presentation, and I want the technical team to go to because we've got to quantify in rent and cents what constitute, how much are those transformers and so on, and then we can, but part of it should be the basket. We've got to work together to deal with these things, the causes of it. Because if we can show that we're going to deal with the causes of it, we'll buy them tomorrow. And 3 days down the line, they're gone, back to square one. And that's the point that I wanted to emphasize so that you understand it properly. But also, one of the issues you must deal with is this load reduction story. It's becoming a big problem in many communities. And it should be part of those baskets matters that we are going to deal with so that we move away from the load reductions and so on. What is our aim? Our aim is that come January next year, we want to have cleaned up all of those kind of things because it is simply possible to can do that. Ensure that all those communities are not affected as they are affected. I think I've answered the issue of the rooftop, it being extended to our communities. Remember, Mncube, we communicated on the resolutions. The media was there on the same day when the commissions were reporting and presenting, and subsequent to that, Premier would have had some interviews. I did take some interviews to communicate some of the decisions that are there. I think what we'll do is to ensure that a proper report is submitted to the committee itself so that you can see what are the issues that have been resolved by that. And part of it will be the program of action, how we intending to implement them so that you can be able to measure us and be able to monitor whether we'll be doing the right thing. I've spoken about the issues of the criminality that gets involved in the whole scheme of things. On the rooftop thing, I've answered that. So on the 6,000, as I said, our view is simple. We don't think it's fair on the communities, as much as we don't think it would be fair for us to say to Eskom, don't do it. Because I've explained this dynamic of what happens there. Because Eskom can repair this today, tomorrow, because we are contributing as communities. That's why I said we're prepared to work with yourselves. That's why our call was, let's migrate people to meters so that there's proper billing and prepaid meters for that matter, so that you control the level of your consumption and don't blame anybody. If you put 1,000 electricity there and it ends within 3 days, that's how you're consuming, it's not us. All of those kind of things. And that's the point we want to emphasize with communities. We said we're going to go meet with the ward councillors so that there's some road shows in our communities so that we can talk, because we want more buy-in but we need to be decisive and realistic in dealing with this, because we can't negotiate forever in this respect. So the memorandum of understanding that we want to sign, it's largely with the municipalities, particularly the metros and city power. Power purchases are those processes where these service providers were able to intervene in the energy mix this agreement that gets signed with them, whether they provide solar, whether they provide the wind thing, and other categories of that. I think on the PMU, we explained as part of the waste to energy, the reality is that South Africa is not exploiting that. That's as simple as that. That is why our townships are dead. Because if we're exploiting the waste to energy thing, we will not have dead townships. In fact, people were going to fight to clean townships because that waste that is found in township, it's a gold on its own. I went with the Premier to Italy. I've seen the system working. There are small enterprises in community who will tell even the municipality vehicle, don't worry, leave this debt, it's ours. If we can go that route, I think we'll kill 3 birds with one stone. The issue of the debts that all over in our townships, in our cities and so on, mitigating the high cost of electricity, and also creating jobs, because small enterprises will come in and do all of this work for us. We've got to think, and I don't know why we're not really doing that. I've been trying to, I don't know. Some years ago, we made a proposal, for instance, we said, can the West Rand be the region of waste for the entire province? Because by then we went to China and they built a big factory that, and then the entire province take waste with them and they do this waste to energy thing. And I think the fourth one is to generate electricity all by itself. But I'm saying, let's particularly City Power, I think we're going to engage you on this one because of your technical capacity around some of this. Is it, no, yeah, part of you and other stakeholders, including municipalities. Part of the reason why there's health hazards in our, what you call those areas where we throw waste, landfill, and there's also fire, is because of this. Because waste put together for a long time, it turns out to be something else, and then it can spark fires. And that's why we have fires that are sparked along those landfills and so on. And the health hazards that affect the immediate communities that are along those landfills and so on. Because this thing transforms itself, because it's science. It won't wait for us to transform it to energy, and therefore. So that's one of the areas that we've got to really sit down and see how do work with it. The issue of national treasury settling municipal debts, I think, another thing, it's a correct approach. Remember, where we are is that many municipalities are unable to provide this service to communities primarily because they are owing Eskom. So the starting point is settle that. Put municipalities on terms in a manner that they will be, on a sustainable basis, be able to provide this service to communities. Now, the other time I said to the mayor of Rand West that we've got to, because they've been approved, they're going to be settled. But immediately there was a cutting off of electricity of communities and so on and so on and so on. My question was, but when we send this thing for them to approve, what was our plan insofar as the communities are concerned, and how we're going to provide those? Because communities are going to say, no, Treasury has settled this thing for you. Why are you still running after us? It does appear municipalities are not prepared. All that they want to do is to remove this thing into their books, and they think the money that they've been paying Eskom, then they can use it for other things. And I know we even stopped some Mfuleni people, but they were saying, no, then so we won't be paying 100 million more to Eskom because that, and then we can use this money to. Our argument is that, no, don't do that. Continue to invest on the electricity infrastructure, because there are many things that we've got to invest on the electricity infrastructure. So that question was saying, what's our opinion on it? For us, it's a correct approach, but it relieves the communities in essence. Problem is that municipalities don't have a comprehensive plans to deal with, and I know that for instance, in Gauteng, I think it's about 3 municipalities that submitted. Others are saying they are fine, but there's a crisis of electricity. So we've got to think deep. The only danger of that is that if you can't showcase post-March, then that thing kicks back. You are blacklisted again and so on. We agree because, as you know, Treasury, AG would also call these things the interest wasteful expenditure. In other words, municipalities shouldn't have been paying Eskom this interest. And we went to Eskom and said, can't you reduce? And there's some option that Eskom was prepared to enter in depending on how a particular consumer behaves. In other words, how a particular municipality behaves against its own account and payment thereof, and so on. They were prepared to compromise and so on and so on. But the bottom line is we shouldn't be paying the interest if we're managing our books correctly or our account correctly. Because interest are wasteful expenditures, and it's money that you have not budgeted for, because no municipality budgets for interest as such. I agree with you, Chair. Let's continue to have engagement on policy perspective around mixed energy. I do not want to appear as an expert on the issues that you raise, because you raise quite critical issues around that. My approach would be, I think we should continue, particularly as public reps, to engage on this issue of the energy mix. I think I'm moving towards the end, if it's not the end itself. Yeah, I think I've covered some. There are certain technical issues that I think my colleague there, you will want to comment on that were asked. But from our side, that's where we'll leave it. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I'm going to assume, okay, I see there's more from CoGTA.
Yeah, there's some
Okay.
technical issues that I've deliberately left for them to engage on them.
Chair, I'll be just few quick points, and MSA has already made these. Dr. Sahai will speak to some of the one or two issues, but I think MSC overall has spoken to effectively all the matters. Just some few points, and I don't want to add to the MSC's, but to the MSC's points, but I think the value of the energy indaba is just to bring the key stakeholders under one roof and identify the challenges and possible solutions. And I think that if we're to be disciplined moving forward, that's a good basis for an integrated approach to the various challenges we are facing in the energy space, because no one institution can resolve this. For instance, an example of the transformers. If our solution is just to replace, as has been said, we're not dealing with issues of criminality, which is another institution of government or state law forces, or we're not dealing with engaging with communities, we're not dealing with those spatial transformation issues and the appropriate energy mix in the different spaces, we're not going to resolve that. It's going to be a dark hole where you throw money into transformers, but you're not really solving. So the importance of putting these stakeholders in one room to saying what are the how does this problem manifest itself, and therefore what are the different solutions? Because there's no one solution to this, and there's no magic solution. I think the number, issues of communication, issues of education, and all that. So I think that for me is an important point around the energy indaba. So that's one point. I think the second point I think has already been made, that as a province, at the end of the day, we are not an authority from a legal powers and function point of view of energy. And therefore the issue of working closely with municipalities and the cities is important. As an example, the interventions that we're making in the province are not going to be necessarily connected, at least in the immediate, to the grid. It will be our own facilities, which is important for functioning of government or functioning of certain services. I think the issue around hospitals is an important one, to ensure that work continues in the hospital regardless of load shedding. However, that doesn't resolve the matter of load shedding necessarily. Therefore, the intervention made by municipalities, I think made by municipalities are very, very important in doing so. So I think, but it also allows us moving forward that we are closely working together. I think that's one area, and I hope we can sustain it, that we've been in recent times really working with the cities to find some solution to a very difficult and complex problem. So the issue of, I think, has been made around using City Power and other cities to assist us even on some of the provincially owned projects because of the technical capacity and the experience in that space, an important one. The issue of PPA is basically if a business, a private sector institution, let's say they put a plant, they want some guarantees on energy generation. They want some guarantees that they will get customers to buy. So PPA comes into that as a power purchase agreement, basically to saying that for us to invest what we're investing in, let's say, a plant, we need some guarantees either from municipalities or from to saying that there's going to be customers into this, and customers, I don't mean household, I mean in terms of, let's say, government who want to buy gas for hospitals. So over a period of time, you guarantee to buy that. Therefore, they are able to fund that, or even to go to the bank and loan money because there is almost a guaranteed stream. So that's the issue around PPAs. The issue of waste to energy, part of the difficulty, I think, there have been a lot of good work that has been done, mainly driven by GIFA, the Infrastructure Financing Agency of Treasury, with the cities, and some feasibility studies have been done. But I think also the change of leadership in the different, especially the big metros in the last couple of years have kind of impacted on that negatively as an example. I'll make an example. About 2 months or so ago, we met with the leadership, technically the municipal city manager and the leadership, political leadership of Tshwane, going back to the proposal that we made around waste to energy. And the current leadership couldn't understand what is the problem, why have we not gone ahead with this? But the previous leadership had said, no, we're not interested after work has been done. So I'm just using that as an illustration that sometimes some of the changes that have taken place has impacted on that. But I think in recent times there's a bit of traction in that and interest on the waste to energy issues. But I think that'll take a bit of time. I think Gurule and colleagues can speak to the detail. I think it's a bit advanced in relation to that. So I think, I think those are the points I just wanted to add. I think the issue of Roivai and Dr. Salahai, who's much more qualified myself, can speak to this, but it comes back to the point I was making that we recognize that there are certain power station, Kelvin, of course, is a private one, Roivai is a government-owned in terms of municipalities, that there is a potential of the kind of the quality of capacity that we can get from those power stations that can really assist with load shedding move forward. But the difficulty with Roivai is that one is still coal dependent, and currently there are difficulties with funding if you want to fund a coal related facilities because of banks are moving towards they are thinking around green energy. But we are working with Tshwane to see what are the possibilities in relation to that. They are doing some studies of what is possible, but that's going to be effectively, can only be in 2 to 3 years' time where we can really see some actual new capacity in relation to that. So that's why we put it as part of the kind of medium to long-term project. Was we are working on the long term because as part of our strategy in the province in terms of the energy mix in terms of medium to long term, but there's an immediate issue of load shedding. So our focus on some project is those that will give us capacity with immediate effect, and by immediate effect is, I mean, sometime in 2024 as a presentation was illustrating. But colleagues can speak to 1 or 2 points I may have missed. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
No, thanks. I think Honorable MEC and DDG have covered most of the issues, but safe to add that on the PPA, for instance, right now, City Power and Kelvin Power Station, they are on the process for finalizing the PPA. I think almost finalized. But the other issue on PPAs is when you look at IPPs in Ekurhuleni, the problem with Ekurhuleni is bankability. So for those IPPs to have power purchase agreement, normally they go for 20 years. But for you to have that, you need the bankability issue is very important. That's why they were even looking at what about having treasury backed PPAs because of those issues of long-term of those. On the issue of Royal Power Station, DDG have covered that one. There are 4 units at Royal Power Station. They have done a lot of work on 1 unit. And that unit, I think it will give around 50 megawatts. And the delays, I think they were supposed to have finished that commissioned that by this financial year, but due to funding and other issues, it will only come later. And then the other 3 units, there's a lot of work, but they need funding for the other 3 units, which will come in the long term. That will give them around 140 megawatts. On the issue of Merafong, I think it was about smart grids. I think the announcement by the Premier, I think the Honorable MEC have already talked about the need for smart meters. But from Gauteng CoGTA, we already assisting municipalities in terms of it's also smart meter, but we call it online metering system. We're already helping Mfuleni and Merafong, but this predominantly target large power users. As you know that in most cases, large power users are consuming almost 6% of the power that municipalities purchase from Eskom. I think maybe I'll allow Mr. Mwepe, but I think those are the main 3 issues. Thanks.
Because it reminded me on the large power users, this thing that they want, they're mobilizing the other to pay to themselves. I think for me there's politics there. That's my, because that approach is going to collapse municipalities. If you work on the current status of municipality, the fact that municipalities rely on electricity for as part of the revenue, it's not only a concern. Yes, there's genuine issues there in terms of municipalities not reinvesting back to electricity infrastructure and providing proper infrastructure and so on. But this approach that I'm seeing happening now, it's going to collapse. I mean, Mfuleni will be one of the municipalities that will collapse should that judgment be upheld. And we are going to engage with national government to try and legally intervene in that particular process. Because if you allow it, it's Mfuleni today, tomorrow, so all the, and I said it's got politics inside of it. And we've got to deal with it for what it is. So we can separate genuine issues, but the approach it's really not correct. But the license belongs to a municipality, then people go to court because of other factors, then court give them these things and so on. So we want to fight the enforcement of that judgment, that it should not necessarily be enforced, because it will really collapse all the municipalities. We can just forget about municipalities if that's going to be the approach. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, is that fine from CoGTA? Can we move now to Eskom?
Thank you, Chair. Okay, thank you, Chair, for the questions. I think I'm going to try and group the questions because they belong to the same groups. I think what is also very important is that we need to just put it up front to say that our role is really to ensure that we provide reliable supply of electricity to our customers. That is very key. You know, with whatever control measures that we implement, really we want to ensure that electricity is provided to our customers. And you brought in a very important fact, which we've also understood, is to say that we are dealing with an issue of changing a culture. And hence, we need to ensure that we continue to educate and raise awareness to our customers of the importance of paying for the electricity that they consume. And with that, also then the conversion of our customers from postpaid to prepaid meters is one of those initiatives of trying to ensure that at least you give customers that opportunity to say, if you cannot budget for what you're going to be using for the month, at least let's give the customers an opportunity to say, let's install prepaid meters so that you know that if in a month you consume so much, then you budget accordingly. So we do then from time to time in most of the areas do experience challenges when we want to go in and convert our customers. So those are some of the things that then we have to deal with in terms of they contribute to the delay of replacing of those failed transformers, because one of the plans is that before we go and change a transformer as well, over and above the other control measures that I've mentioned, it's best that let's first convert these customers, then change that transformer. So we get a lot of resistance. So you'd find that we have a plan to say we'll go into this particular area, convert, then change the transformer. And then we find a lot of resistance. So those are things that we constantly have to engage with the communities, especially our customers, to understand why we want to do that. Otherwise, we're going to continue to be replacing the transformers. You saw in the presentation, some of the transformers that we've replaced, it's transformers that have failed over and over again. So hence, we need to make sure that we constantly educate and raise awareness. And then there was a question around Liseri local municipality. We provide bulk supply to the municipality as Eskom, and then the municipality then provides electricity to their own customers. So we are a bulk supplier to the municipality, and they distribute to their customers. But if there's anything beyond just this question that you'd like us to just provide further clarity on, we're definitely happy to provide that information. And then there was also a question around, are we saying that customer no longer need to pay the 6,000 rands? So I mentioned that there were concerns that were raised around the upfront payment of the 6,000 rands, and we then agreed to say that let's go and then talk about deferred payment arrangement. So you're taking the 6,000 rands and then you're breaking it down in terms of payment over a period of 6 months. And what we then requested is that customers, 60%, let's say it's a transformer that is failed in this particular area, 60%, if 60% of customers have paid that 500 rands, then we start with the process of then replacing the meters, normalizing the network, and then replacing the transformer. Because you'd remember, we also said that the reason why those customers have issued those fines is because they'd illegally connected, they'd bought from illegal vendors, etc. So it's not just whereby we say if a transformer has failed, it's a standard approach whereby we would issue fines. And also when we conduct the audits, if customer X was found to not have bypassed or illegally connected, they don't get the fine. So it's only those particular customers that when we conduct our inspections and audits, we find that they have conducted those acts. So those are the ones who are issued with the fines. It's not all customers. But unfortunately, in terms of how the network is configured, we are then unable to go and install a transformer just particularly for those customers who are paying, because it's a transformer that just provides electricity to the community. So that's the challenge that we experience. And unfortunately, then it does inconvenience the customers that are paying in those particular areas. Okay, so that was the question. And there was then a question. I have noted the wards that have been mentioned, and I have already sent those to our colleagues to just follow up on those. I will not, by the tip of my fingers, be able to provide responses, but obviously it's information that I would be aware of. But for the specifics, I'll definitely make sure that we get that. And there was a question around exemption of Ekurhuleni from load shedding. We did not exempt Ekurhuleni from load shedding. We issued a media statement to say that we are actually taking over from implementing load shedding from our side, because what we discovered is that Ekurhuleni was not implementing load shedding in their areas of supply. And remember what that does then, it increases the stages of load shedding, because we're expecting the different municipalities to shed a certain amount. But if there's a municipality that is not doing that, then it's affecting all the customers, then we have higher stages of load shedding. So hence we took over the role of ensuring that load shedding is implemented from our side. So that is the media statement that we issued. We took over that role to make sure that they do implement, because then it puts a strain on the national grid. And then we all experience higher stages of load shedding, whereas we could keep the stages lower. So that was just the response on Ekurhuleni. And then there was also a question around if Eskom is a national key point. Not all our areas are declared as national key point areas. There's certain areas that are, have been declared as national key point areas. And we have obviously then have guards and security measures that have been implemented in those areas. But you'll notice that most of the theft and crime that happens, it's really in those outskirt areas where we've got our transformers, our substations, cables. They're all in very far areas, remote areas, and also our so it's really mainly in those areas. So what we do internally as a control measure, we conduct risk assessments just to understand in terms of the security risks in the different facilities that we have, and also our infrastructure that we have. And we identify our hotspot areas. So in those hotspot areas where we've said these are very high spot areas, and it's really based on past histories to say we've had repeated theft incidents in these areas or vandalism in these areas, and we would then station physical guarding in those areas. We also look at technology in terms of what technology can we put as a control measure. But we also have changed because we know that when it comes to cable, they're going for copper. So we've moved from copper to aluminium. So we're phasing out the copper. So as we change the cable, we're no longer replacing it with copper. We use aluminium as one of the control measures. So I think when it comes to theft and vandalism, it's way bigger than us as an institution. We definitely partner with a lot of law enforcement agencies, SAPS, different, even the community forums. We partner with them because it is something that we cannot win as Eskom on our own. We're not everywhere. So as and when I think the communities pick up these syndicates, they notify us, and they can anonymously report as well so that it can be investigated. And then I think you spoke about some of our employees who are involved in these illegal electricity acts. We always just request that please report it so that we can investigate, because I mean, it's always said that, oh, it is your employees that are involved in these activities. We want to investigate so that if we do find, we can then have those, the criminal, the correct processes are followed. And we've had instances where some of our employees were found selling equipment, at, some of the equipment at the scrap yards, and those employees were then apprehended and the normal processes were followed. So we always encourage that can then the communities please report those employees when they do come across it. So that was the one question. And then there was a question around billing. I think this is something that we deal with as and when it happens, but we do have meter readers that we have employed to make sure that we no longer just estimating in terms of meter reading. So they go around and they do meter reading, but we also still have meters that are inside customer premises. So you'd find that at times we do have a challenge of getting in when we want to read meters. So that's the one thing that we have the meter readers that are there. And secondly, we also request customers that they can do the self-meter read and then submit their readings to us, and that ensures accurate billing in terms of our customers. And there was a question around the figures that were shown. So all the transformers that have failed and the losses that we showed, the sales versus the revenue loss, those are Eskom direct customers. So it's from all the areas that are supplied by Eskom. it's not municipal customers. So the figures that we were showing, it's all customers within the areas of the Eskom areas. So it's not municipal customers that we are showing. So the effect, the loss of revenue is directly to Eskom. It's not to the municipality because we supply those customers. So it's not the municipality. And there was a question around as the communities are getting bigger and there's new developments that take place. We work a lot with the developers, we work a lot with human settlements, because I think our biggest issue you mentioned to say that there would be a formal community and then right across there's mushrooming of informal settlements. You know, so we can't as Eskom just go and electrify any informal settlement. We work together in partnership with human settlements. We have an electrification project whereby they would identify areas, because you'd find some of these informal settlements, they're mushrooming in private-owned land, and we need then government to go and do those negotiations and we get approval, and then only then can we start to electrify those communities. So there's a lot of stakeholders that are involved, but in the ones where we've received approval, we then commence with the electrification of those communities, just to try and alleviate them from illegally connecting to the other customers. And we do conduct maintenance of our infrastructure, and as and when there's a need to upgrade, we do that. I think you had a question, sir, on the zero bias. What is zero bias? So I think the MEC mentioned that his mother usually says that there are people who come to her, and they say that if you give me 500 rands, you won't be able to buy electricity for the whole year. So those are the zero bias that we're talking about. They buying electricity not from the Eskom registered vendors. They buying from people. So we lose revenue when it comes to such operations. And really it affects us in being able to conduct maintenance, and us being able to, I mean, we lose revenue as a start, you know. So, and we are then unable to provide the services that we need to do. But we do conduct audits, we conduct inspections, unannounced visits, just to make sure that we pick up any abnormalities that should not be there, and normalize the network as we should. Chair, we also take note of us building relationships with the communities. It's very key for us. If we don't have those relationships with the communities, it makes it very difficult for us to go in and do any initiatives that we want to do. So we always ensure that we build the relationships. And with regards to the field transformers, we say that there is a process that we follow, but we really do need support in terms of the customers making sure that they pay for the services. And also from our side, we need to try and then fast track in terms of the timelines that we mentioned. But we do come across certain glitches that we experience, but as and when we come across them, we try and make sure that we eliminate those issues. So I think regarding the municipality, I think the MEC answered that there is the debt relief that National Treasury has made available to the municipalities to apply. So the onus is really on the municipalities to submit the applications to National Treasury, so that they can see how best they can assist the municipalities. And that would be it from our side, Chair. North Riding and Randburg, City Power will then provide a response. It falls under City Power.
Right, let's do City Power.
Thanks, Chair. I think starting from the top, there was a question as to whether City Power is also declared as a national key point. We do have at least one facility that is declared as such, which is now repealed, the National Key Point Act, which is replaced by the Critical Infrastructure Act. The rest obviously is governed by the Essential Services. In terms of our efforts, likewise, as Eskom has said, we also have security personnel to assist us to guard it, our infrastructure, but of late also we had successfully piloted adopt the substation and you know, within a ward, like where the neighborhood watches were basically coming on board in terms of partnerships, basically not only to look at the different households within their particular jurisdiction in the neighborhood, but including our infrastructure. It has worked well. We eventually went out on a bid regarding that, and we're in the process of finalizing it. So we're looking at the multifaceted approach in terms of dealing with this issue. It's a difficult issue, challenge to overcome at once, quite organized in its nature as well. Then there was also the issue around informal settlement. I think my colleague has covered it. And Ward 7 is also in Eskom supplied area, the Fine Town and Adale areas. But equally so, we also governed by the issues around, the processes are generally triggered by the housing department in terms of their processes before services can be provided, before we can move in. Yes, and the problems are also quite similar. We do also have instances where our own employees obviously are found wanting. In some instances, with regards to issues of criminality and illegality around the issues of copper cap, cable theft and so forth. So we have dealt with some of those cases successfully so far, and we are continuing to monitor them as well. And I think the MEC and the DDG did explain the differences between the PPA and the MOU. And I would like to obviously apologize upfront to the honorable members and honorable Delange about using a lot of acronyms without legends that were not clearly defined. I'll ensure that there's no recurrence around that. And the issues around what can we do basically to assist the businesses, especially the township businesses and so forth. Obviously, we have an integrated energy plan, quite detailed basically, to assist all the customers across the different LSM groups and sectors for that matter. It's also worrying for us as a city, basically because we are aware that if small businesses close down, it means our social safety net and the burden that comes to the city in terms of the indigents and so forth grows. And it's obviously within our interest as well as a city to ensure that we do support SMMEs and then also collaborate with the province in terms of supporting the township economic bill to ensure that every job that is created and out there basically assist us as the city as well in terms of that. So there are various initiatives. Some I've touched on them on my presentation earlier, but we have a detailed energy plan around that to deal with those issues as well. In terms of the waste to energy initiatives, currently as the city, we have already commissioned two waste to energy plants. One is in just behind our head office, it's in Robinson, and the other one is next to Devland, the hot copies. We've also now looking at commissioning the next one. Obviously, so far, and some of the lessons is that because they were commissioned on site, they had to follow the Triple P, the public-private partnership process, which tends to take longer to conclude, and we're also looking at various options where such plants are established outside of the government-owned land so that those processes can be expedited quickly. Yes, indeed, it's one of the issues that we're looking to expand even further, because one of the challenges that are facing the city and other municipalities likewise is the issues around space. There is no space, competing forces regarding housing, regarding burial spaces and so forth. So all efforts are put in place to ensure that we process waste. And I think the MEC also touched about the environmental hazards that comes with it in terms of greenhouse emissions, in terms of the methane gas and all those issues. So we're quite cognizant about that. And it's part of our energy plan basically to basically expand our efforts in terms of the waste to energy plant. In terms of the Kelvin Power Purchase Agreement, the power purchase agreement with Kelvin will be in the final stages of being concluded and varied for a period up to 2026. And the reason why 2026, it was informed by their generation license with NERSA that is coming to an end in October 2026. And once we've concluded this now, we'll obviously immediately commence with a process within our energy plan for a longer term approach that will also enable them to basically, like any other IPP, do longer term investments. That gives them certainty, predictability, and surety. So that they can also get financial closure. We're quite aware about their plans in terms of expansion. The DDG also touched on that going into the future. So, and Kelvin remains part of our critical and strategic supplier in terms of the energy security within the city of Johannesburg. And it's very much part of our radar, within our radar and so forth. I think, Chair, the other issues is I will then, I hope I've covered a lot of the issues. Why can't we use solar high mast for, obviously, to power the traffic lights and so forth? Obviously, it's one of the issues that we're looking at for both security cameras as well as to power the cameras. And it's something that we will be looking at as part of our strategy to do that. Also engaging with the province in terms of their plan with respect to the whole security plan around Gauteng to use some of these facilities as well, like the solar high mast in terms of the CCTV cameras and so forth. So those engagements and plans are still underway to finalize them, and we'll communicate them as such once we've concluded on that. The securities around the PVs, yes, there's been reports out there on the public domain and the media about solar panels being stolen and so forth. So far, we have not yet experienced that, but we've put a lot of security around that. In terms of the solar high mast, which also have panels and lights, we are obviously actively engaging with the different communities, the community police forums and all those issues to ensure that they safeguard those assets. Obviously, it's a fight that we cannot win alone without them. And so far, things are going fine up to thus far in terms of those partnerships with the communities and so forth. In terms of some of the outages, I do have my colleague chair, with your permission, that will also touch on the issues around North Riding and so forth. Charles, thank you.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon, Chairperson and the honorable members and the colleagues. With regard to North Riding in 134, indeed, we acknowledge that there's been challenges in terms of outages in the area. I think, if my memory serves me well, this month alone, they've experienced around 12 interruptions, unplanned interruptions in the area on different circuits, and some may be repeated. Saying that we also receive, this is over and above the load shedding that we are being load shed from. But I must emphasize that we also being fed from Eskom, and as they may encounter certain challenges from their stations that are feeding us, automatically we will remain off in that regard. So what happens in terms of the 12 challenges was as a result of theft and vandalism. Chair, I just want to emphasize that perhaps we may need some serious interventions, maybe politically, I'm not so sure, but just to inform the committee that theft and vandalism, it's a serious concern. I'm aware that there's some committees or some platforms where this issue is being addressed, maybe at the law enforcement level. But the issue of non-ferrous and ferrous metal, it's a serious issue. We see ourselves also channeling the resources that we should use to strengthen this network, to protect it, and also to harmonize it from weather and load shedding, but channeling it to guard this infrastructure, and which it is not our mandate to guard. However, we do have those securities internally that we are deploying, security strategies that we have deployed and we are deploying just to be safe on the issue of this particular area. We have now deployed more resources on the ground to try and assist us in trying to be our ears on the ground and be able to arrest some of these situations of theft and vandalism. So we are aware about it, and we're working very hard about it in terms of us responding to that theft and vandalism. Thanks, Chair.
All right. Members, there's still quite a bit to get through, and I'm thinking we all need a bit of a break. If there's some agreement from all of us, if we can break for lunch, all of us, eat, have a breather, and then we come back and we continue. I had wanted to complete this session, but I think it required, there's quite a few follow-ups, I can see that. So I think we should rather do that. But let me just confirm from City Power, is there anyone else you want to respond from your side before we go for lunch and then come back? Okay. All right, it's now 10 to 2. Yeah, it's now 10 to 2. Let us come back at 2:30, members and colleagues, and then we'll continue there. From there, I think we can pick up the pace. Thank you. more targeted. Right, I know that it's technically not a follow-up from Member Diaga because he was only able to enter the meeting now, but we'll note you first, Member Delanga, Member Ngube, am I right? In terms of the follow-ups?
Okay.
Dlankomo, do you have a follow-up? All right, in that order, Member Diaga. Also, on a lighter note, it's Member Diaga who's crossed the floor onto the correct side of the chair.
Yeah, may I just say, disclaimer, this is where I was for 10 years. Yeah, Chair, I wasn't here for the presentation, but there are a few things that I just want to maybe just say. And one of the things is to come back, and you touched on it. City Power actually has one national key point, but it doesn't count as far as I'm concerned. It's head office, it's Reuven. In my opinion, Chair, and we really need to stress this, all the substations should be declared national key points. And there's a reason why I say that. Yeah. City Power, Joburg Water, etc., they do not have trained security guards who may carry arms, etc. You go to a substation in Ennerdale, what's it called, the one there at the back? It doesn't matter. No, not Eldorado, the one in Ennerdale. Hopefield substation. You go there are 2 female security officers, a gate with a chain, or sometimes it's just a wire, and they have a baton. That's all they have. There is no way that they can stop anybody coming in there. Just like Joburg Water at Olifantsvlei their security cannot stop. And so it's essential that we do understand municipalities do not have the capacity to have this type of security. That's the first thing that I wanted to say. And then just about the waste to energy. Waste to energy is EISD. So Environment Infrastructure Services Department is responsible in Johannesburg. And I presume it would be like that in the other metros as well. In EISD, there is an energy expert. No, his name's now escaped me. What's his name? Tabo. Brilliant. He's one of the cleverest guys. And we need to have those guys here, Tabo here, to talk specifically also about the waste to energy programs. There's also a program at the Joburg market. Those programs are completely separate from City Power. And then it brings me to my first and final point. City Power is a transmitter and a distributor. And we cannot confuse the 2 functions with being a generator. The expertise in City Power is about the first 2 and not about generating capacity. Generating capacity, in my opinion, should be rather focused on IPPs and the private sector, and they must then use the transmission lines of City Power, or any of the, I'm using City Power as a reference, but any of the municipalities, they should use the municipal infrastructure for transmission. So municipalities can then make money on the wheeling tariff. So we need to start taking that or engage with the separation. And finally, this is really my final point. On the Calvin situation, I see that there's phase 2 talk about 600 megawatts. Calvin is currently producing 150 megawatts? How are you going to get to 600 in the next 4 years, 3 years? I can tell you, you're probably going to get to 100 megawatts because the power plant is old. Cannot be expanded without a massive capital investment. In other words, we need a 20-year contract for them to expand on their current supply, and that supply can be almost 1/3 if it's at 600 megawatt. It's almost 1/3 of the requirement of of City Power per day. That's the reality of it, and we need to look at it like that. But for that, we need to have a long-term contract. We need to get the provincial government to intervene in that aspect. But also, we need to renegotiate then the fees, because, correct me if I'm wrong, we pay about, City Power pays about R1.44 per kilowatt hour, as opposed to an Eskom tariff that fluctuates, and our tariffs doesn't make provision for that. And I believe, MEC, that we need to, as CoGTA, also assist municipalities to get a more universal tariff structure that also allows for use of time, use of day tariff. We have a flat rate tariff, but municipalities pay for time of use. So we pay, for instance, anything from 99 cents per kilowatt hour, and please correct me where I'm going to go wrong, or don't, but up to R1.50 per kilowatt hour. But what we sell it for is one tariff, single tariff. And we need to, as a municipality, make sure that, first of all municipalities charge more or less the same per kilowatt hour, so that you don't have a situation where Eskom can undercut, because that's happening a lot. Eskom go to our large power users and offer a smaller tariff, and the municipalities then lose that client. And please bear in mind, the top biggest largest power users make up 2,000 more or less power users, and they contribute to or use 63% of City Power's electricity. In other words, every time we lose a large power user, it eats into the ability of City Power to then take services elsewhere in the city to people who might not, in the cross-subsidization might not happen then. So we need to just do that, but also Eskom needs to come to the party. I think, it's a lovely presentation, but I do think that Eskom is not playing fair always with municipalities. We also need to understand that sometimes when City Power say they cannot load shed an area, Eskom must come to the party and understand why. If an area has been out for 12 hours because of a repeat trip, you can't then in hour 13 load shed that area again after City Power's applied. And I know that they do. I've engaged with Eskom myself. I've engaged with Daphne saying you can't load shed this area again. They just came out of a 12-hour power interruption, and sure as God made little clouds, they load shed them again. So Eskom needs to take municipalities seriously, and also understand that when infrastructure is at risk of repeat trips or extended outages, you cannot load shed that area willy-nilly, because the electricity will not come back on. Thank you. Thank you for accommodating me, Chair.
Thank you. I only allowed you because that was your first and only question for this session. Member De Lange.
Chair, thank you very much. My first point is just to comment on the payment of the debts. And we must be honest with ourselves now. And I look at the MEC and to the department. In saying, and I agree with you, Chair, where we say maybe Treasury should pay the funds, the billing out of municipalities to the municipality in order for Eskom not to double take on these. But I want to say is, if municipalities cannot even manage their funds as it is now, and it's not since yesterday, and it's definitely not since COVID, why would they then take this money and pay it over to Eskom? They won't. for the same reasons, but we're not going to go into that because that's a whole political discussion, which is not what we're here for. So I have absolutely no trust in the municipalities. And if we look at them, the worst are the ones that are the smaller municipalities. And that is Randfontein, Rand West, it's Mogale City, it's Merafong, it's Lesedi, it's Mfuleni. Those are the ones that are the worst for wear. And those are the ones that doesn't pay. And I know they don't pay, and they had the money, because I was a councillor there. And I was a councillor, and I asked the architects of that system, and I call it a system because let's just refer to it as a system. They did not take the money that the taxpayers and the residents pay over to them and pay Eskom. They did not. They did not even pay part of it. They did not pay at all. So what did they do with that money? So why would they take the money from Treasury, which makes absolutely sense not to pay Eskom and bail out Eskom, and we have the municipalities pay Eskom? Makes absolutely sense. But they're not trustworthy. And these are the people that's in our system. Why did province not take action against them? The same reason why they did not take action against the people who invested in VBS after Treasury said to them, you are not investing in VBS. They did it. I know, I was there. It's the same reason. No, I saw it, and I put the blame on them, and I warned them, and they still did it. So all I'm saying is, I don't think all the blame should be shifted either to Eskom or the municipalities. As a department and as a whole and as part of this legislature, we must also take responsibility for allowing these things to happen. Honestly. And I feel strongly about that. The other thing that I would also just want to touch on, Chair, is the fact that the army, to be called in all alternate extra sources to secure the substations. You know, we had the army that was deployed in Mfuleni, and I remember as a committee we were there on oversight. It was absolutely terrible to see people hanging around at areas, wasting time, wasting a lot of money just to watch something. That's anyway that was dilapidated completely. But still, the one that was still there, that still had a pump at the pump stations, for instance, that is not how we should think. This is not how this country is going to move up in the world. This is not how Gauteng should be thinking. We are the economic hub. We should not be thinking backwards. We cannot deploy people to watch a substation or watch a waste treatment plant. We must go to the source and we must speak to things there. And that is just, I strongly feel that was to me a shocking experience to see people hanging around because they have to watch a pump. Chair, I think at this point, all I want to ask maybe is for Eskom maybe to explain something, and I think there's a lot of people that would ask the same question, just for clarification. When we say we have a hospital, for instance, we've got a hospital on this grid and we exempt the hospital from load shedding. I'm trying to understand how does it work, because as far as I know, we've got a network and there's like 200 houses on that network and there's a hospital. If you exempt the hospital from load shedding, does it mean everybody on that network is then exempted from load shedding, or is there a way that you curb that it's just the hospital that doesn't get? I'm just trying to understand that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson. Good afternoon again. Let me clarify myself about Ekurhuleni as an industrial hub, I was saying the appeal, because it is an industrial hub, is that there must be that consideration that when you switch there, the factories there, the companies there, they feel the pinch. That is what I was saying. Not that, yeah, and then as you are saying, they were affecting or not affecting the load shedding. That is what they said. And the complaint is that now that you have taken over, the industries are feeling the pinch and they are going to be closed. Some of them will be closing because of the impact of this. Thank you.
Thanks. Look, I think for my follow-ups, I'm going to hold on to them for now. And the reason is I also want to give an opportunity for you guys to go back, do a little bit of work. And like I said, this is not going to be our last engagement. Apart from the energy rapid sort of response plan, I know I've butchered the name completely, but apart from that, for us, we are also on the receiving end as politicians of a lot of anger and a lot of hostility. And I said yesterday, I mean, the amount of friendships and family relations, I'm not even joking, that have been lost over service delivery issues is significant. And that's why I think from our side, you'll see we get very, pushy about certain things, because when the public points, because there's no distinction, they point at us first. And that's also why you're going to find, quite a lot of saltiness coming from our side. But I think if we do meet more often and we meet on that regular basis, it means we can hone in on certain issues. So I'm thinking the next time we invite you, we're a little bit more particular. We can go through our documents again and what you've sent to us and say, right, we want to focus on this element of solar power, of security, of energy waste, for example, and then we target it. So then it also makes it possible for us in bite-sized pieces to know what we need to do politically. If there's a need for legislation, if there's a need for regulation, if there's a need to call a national minister or the parliamentary portfolio, whatever it is that we need to do, it means we can implement it more finely. So I think that's also very, very important from us, that even though I'm giving you a little bit of a break because I don't think all my questions were answered, but I do think it's a good starting point to go through. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond, and then I'll officially thank you after that.
All right, thank you, Chair. I think the first question was around the exclusion of hospitals from load shedding. I think you would note that we did say that we cannot entirely exclude hospitals from load shedding, but what we had to go and do is to just do a study to determine if are there particular hospitals that we are able to exclude. And it really links to the fact that there could be hospitals that are embedded within the network, that if we exclude this particular hospital, it means we're excluding 500 other households. So it really depends on how the network is configured. So we did have to go and look at the list of all the hospitals within Gauteng, and then do a study to say, can we exclude these particular hospitals without putting a strain on the network? So it's something that we're constantly doing, just trying to figure out if can we do exclusion or not, and those that we can't exclude, then they have to get backup systems. So that's what it means. Right, and then the question around the businesses within Ekurhuleni. So there is, I think within the NRS regulations, there's also something that is called load curtailment. So it would be for industries where they can submit to the municipality, so that then if they want to be part of load curtailment, then they can apply. The municipality will review the application and see that they could then be part of load curtailment. And that is always managed by the municipality. We don't get involved. So we would say to a municipality, we require you to reduce so much, and then they would look at the industrial customers that have applied, and then load curtailment. So load curtailment, basically, you as an industry, you're saying that you will then in certain at certain times be able to save so much, and let's say if it's a smelter, for example, in certain times they would switch off as opposed to operating 24/7, because they know in certain times they're not operating at full capacity. maybe reduce the operations at those particular times. So those applications have to go to the municipality because they are the ones that are actually managing the load shedding. And if I must say as well, is that I think we took over the load shedding in Ekurhuleni on a Monday. I think by Friday, we had reached an agreement and we handed back to them that Saturday at 8 o'clock. They were taking over implementing of load shedding. So we no longer managing load shedding for them. And it's not something that the Eskom wants to do, to implement load shedding for municipalities. They need to manage it themselves. But if obviously then we pick up that they're not doing it, we have to unfortunately put controls in place so that we don't constrain the national grid. So it's back to Ekurhuleni municipality. They're managing it, and I know they are then engaging their industrial customers to communicate what is available to them. Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I'll start with the first questions. I think, indeed, yes, in terms of the waste to energy, because this also, it involves multiple entities within the city. It's also managed at the city level. As much as it forms part of our energy plan, I will also ensure that in the next sessions to come, I will relay the message to ISD so that they can come and outline in detail in terms of their plans going forward as far as waste to energy is concerned. We do collaborate on that, and as I said, it's also a risk across the different municipalities because most of the landfill sites are reaching the maximum allowable airspace. So there won't be where to dump the waste, by the way, let alone the benefits that comes with processing waste for energy. The same applies with my colleague who deals with the energy security. He was supposed to have been here, Chair. He did tend an apology. I forgot to mention it at the front. I'll make sure that he comes in the next sessions to deal with the issues in detail. And in terms of the capacity of City Power, yes, we are not a security institution. We do try everything in our power, and we do collaborate with the special committees and task teams of the police to ensure that we collaborate in terms of combating the issues around infrastructure vandalism and theft. It's a difficult task for us, but I will ensure also that the relevant persons comes, and I think the relevant official, my colleague, will also outline in terms of the measures so far to declare the substations a national key point or critical infrastructure now services. So he has been fully engaging the relevant authorities along those lines. So he will deal with those issues as and when the time comes at the time. And indeed, yes, Chair, we are mostly a distributor more than a generator, and our strategy also in the by and large talks to that to ensure that we onboard independent power producers into the systems to basically provide us with energy as the off-taker and conclude a power purchase agreement. Obviously, I did touch on the issues of us basically trying to resuscitate some of the gas-to-power plants. That is not necessarily our competencies, but under the circumstances, that's one of the options that we are exploring, especially by virtue that these facilities are sitting on government-owned land. So there are certain complications in terms of the Triple P, but we are engaging with our colleagues in terms of the operate and lease options and so forth, so that we can get the right competencies to come and run those power plants and so forth. With respect to Kelvin, basically Kelvin, it's got two units, Unit A and B. They have decommissioned Unit A. They are only, correctly so, they are only running on Unit B, which is producing about 180 megawatts. There are plans afoot now to demolish it, Unit A, so that they can make space for green development. I think they have, in principle, secured funding to do that. There's also a gas pipeline that is running in front of them. The intention is basically to generate using that, but that for them to unlock the necessary investment, for them to do that, they require a long-term power purchase agreement, and that is what we'll be looking at immediately now. As to what is feasible and what is realizable within different timeframes, I unfortunately cannot talk on behalf of them, Chair, but if you so wish, I can also relay the message to them to make themselves available to this committee in the next session so that they can outline their plans in detail in terms of how they plan to generate more power going forward on the backdrop of them getting a more longer term power purchase agreement and so forth. So in terms of the pricing, so far, yes, until thus far, Kelvin assists the city of Joburg to remain liquid, to remain solvent. Up to thus far, we're paying lower than we're paying for Eskom in terms of the mega flex tariffs. We are making them to sweat that asset as much as possible, and also with the new variation, extension of the power purchase agreement, we're still operating within those parameters to ensure that they remain lower, and that gives us a leverage basically for us as the city to basically keep us afloat. And we obviously, with more IPPs coming on board, we hope that our bulk purchases will reduce. Bulk purchases are one of the biggest cost drivers for any municipality buying energy from Eskom. Hence, if customers don't pay, you quickly realize that the municipalities are running into some sort of financial challenges and so forth. So that is assisting us so far. But again, I think now in the month of August, NERSA published a consulting paper called the Electricity Pricing Determination Methodology. Obviously, so far, Eskom has been requesting their increases based on their multi-year price determination methodology. At some point, they were at loggerheads with NERSA, and NERSA obviously took them to court, especially with the RCA, the Regulatory Clearing Account. Unfortunately, NERSA lost that case, and I think this new consulting paper seeks to address that, because we all have an issue with the Regulatory Clearing Account that Eskom applies, because what it means is that any under recoveries in the past year or previous year, Eskom is entitled to take them forward into the next increase, not taking into account the efficiencies that Eskom put into place. So, which means, in our view, and it's a matter of debate to say, Eskom is allowed to be inefficient, and if they under recover, they are allowed to incorporate it in the following increases and so forth. As you see, these increases that are far higher than the CPI, let alone taking into consideration that Eskom also has some debt servicing costs, especially with the Midub and Kusile that they need to take care of, but we still believe that they can do lower increases when you remove those elements there. Again, in terms of the I can't even see my handwriting. I think some of the issues, I think my colleague covered them about the embedded networks. And it's even a challenge, a bigger challenge for us as a city, because I think honorable members will also recall that the city comes from an era where we amalgamated different municipalities in terms of different network configurations and so forth into one bigger metro. But we are now obviously in terms of our infrastructure plan looking at isolating some of these installations and facilities like hospitals, like key accounts and other essential services infrastructures and putting the right funding in place to do so. So it's more of a medium-term approach, hence our energy plan seeks to look at other short-term initiatives that also the CoGTA touched on in terms of the battery storage and so forth. So we also, again, implementing the load curtailment, as Eskom has highlighted. We do have customers coming forth to apply. Mostly those installations with flexible installations. Some, obviously, we do have a challenge with some of the bigger important customers because, for example, Johannesburg in particular, or Gauteng, is becoming a hub to host most of the, what can I call this thing? Servers, you know, to service the entire Africa. Those are very sensitive installations. We've also received bigger applications that I cannot mention the names in terms of the non-disclosure agreements that we've entered into. But once we have energy security in place, that will see Johannesburg and Gauteng in particular growing again much faster than anticipating and recovering at a more higher rate than the economists have predicted post-COVID-19 era. And we hope that some of these issues, I think my colleague Charles is also dealing with those type of issues to ensure that we provide the necessary supply to those customers and so forth. Chair, you know, I'm not a fast scriber, so I cannot see some of my handwriting on that. But I'll be able to.
So what we must do is speak slower for future meetings so you have more time to write. We're noting that. Or we must get someone to scribe for you.
Colleague is here, Charles, as well. Charles basically is responsible for all the substations across the city of Johannesburg. So he can also share some of the experiences. We've got families, a full family sitting, living inside the substation. Some of, you know, it's quite a bizarre, but Charles, you can.
No, I think you have touched almost what has been asked. If there's anything maybe I could have missed, we'll gladly respond. But in terms of the network stability and all that, we continue to maintain our network from transformers, from our transmission lines, or power transformers, and also to what we call our load centers. And we are aware that we've also partnered in terms of some of these communities where we've allowed them to be our watch in terms of securing some of these load centers or substations in the neighborhood, and it has significantly dropped the issues of crime and theft in the area. Even currently there is a phenomenon of totally stripping our what we call type A mini-subs, the old types of mini-subs. But we've also come up with a mechanism that every mini-sub that we replace out there, we do put measures in place such as welding them accordingly, installing brackets and the locking mechanism. We design some sort of molding locking mechanisms to lock those up and making sure that we also tap into the communities at the same time to watch out for those load centers for us. I'll pause here, Chair. Thanks very much.
All right, I think that's sufficient for now. I also recognize that I think we've grilled you quite a lot, and we want you to come back to the next meeting. So please keep that in mind. And also the people who couldn't make it today, please do bring them along. And I hope you'll pass on the message that this is a portfolio committee that does, in fact, do a lot of work and does all the readings and does take it very seriously. So even though it is a little bit of a hectic session, it's also from a place of wanting to build the entity and ultimately look at the long-term success, not just of the provincial government, but also of how we get to a point in which citizens can say, as we did before, we're proud of our entities. I don't know for citizens of Joburg. I mean, there was a time growing up when I was in school, we were all very proud of Joburg and Parks Tower as a mayor, and you know, it was a really incredible time. And I want us to succeed that even, to surpass it. And I know that we can do that with the right kind of cooperation. So MEC, thank you very much. I'm going to release our City Power and Eskom. You know, no, that's why I cited the Mayor Parks Tower before the nonsense of coalition governments, which is another issue. But thank you to Eskom and City Power. We will see you at our next meeting engagement. I do have a number of things we'll follow up with you about, but thank you very much. And we think maybe on a quarterly basis, come to us, but a more targeted way. So we say this quarter we're dealing with this, etc., etc. But thank you very much, and thank you for joining us for lunch. You're released.
More women depot managers.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I forgot to tender an apology for the city manager. He did request that I do that. Thanks.
Yeah, we want the city manager at the next meeting, eh? You must actually go back and tell him the portfolio committee wanted him, not to put his head on a block, but to genuinely engage, right, so that he does in fact come. All right, thank you very much. Honorable members, MEC, we are now moving to our next point, and I also want to really appreciate Rand Water for being so patient and for being so understanding, because this morning we really did have to grill on the energy side, and we appreciate you being an observer to that whole process. But we're now going to receive a presentation on the prolonged maintenance to infrastructure that causes residents of Joburg in particular. But this is a more systemic issue, which I know that we'll deal with now, just having a quick look at that presentation. Who basically don't have enough or sufficient access to water for lengthy periods of time, but it will deal a little bit more broadly. MEC, I don't know if you want to start off here from your side, because earlier I made the mistake of not giving you an opportunity first, and then go to Rand Water, or should we start with Rand Water? I know you just have a quick discussion there. All right, we'll start then with Rand Water. Members, there's also an updated presentation, so just check your email. Charlene did send it to us just before or around lunchtime, and then you can use that as a reference point. And then, sir, please introduce yourself when you do take over. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson Hassan. Honourable MEC Kumalo and other honourable members of the committee. My name's Anthony Els. I work at Rand Water. I'm more on the technical side, part of asset planning, where I deal mainly with development of infrastructure, augmentation infrastructure, renewal infrastructure, dealing with asset management. So very much a different kind of person that would be at this meeting, dealing with future infrastructure needs. I'm also involved with compiling the corporate infrastructure development plan, from which this presentation is derived. And I attempt to focus on specific areas of augmentation, renewal, growth, as well as addressing some of those thorny issues of why shutdowns are taking as long as they are, or the impact at least that is being experienced after shutdowns. So jumping right in, next slide. The presentation is broken down like that: overview, augmentation and renewal methodology, challenges and risks, and it's really number 2 and number 3, which will address some of the concerns. But there are elements of continued development and mitigation as to how we're dealing with those risks, as well as how we're actually spending on the 5-year forecast, just to give a taste of where that expenditure is going, and new work that's kicking off in 2024, if it's of interest. Next slide. So on to the overview. Essentially, this really talks to what the IDP is. It's an annual document Rand Water puts out. It incorporates the long-term vision of how we're spending on CapEx, incorporating infrastructure development timelines, progress on projects, challenges, risks in the present affecting CapEx, as well as current mitigation of challenges. And all of that interaction of assets, execution, finance, operations, coalesce into a 5-year CapEx spending forecast. Next slide. Okay, Randwater area of supply is currently that, dealing with areas of Mpumalanga, Free State, Northwest at the moment. The black area you see there is Gauteng, and the red pipes you see there are Randwater bulk infrastructure pipes, potable pipes. So Randwater, if you zoom into that area, next slide. If you zoom into that Gauteng area, and I think that's really the area for discussion today, it's 230 kilometers wide by 200 high in terms of where Randwater pipework extends. We purchase water from DWS, most of it being derived from the Vaal Dam itself, water arriving from the Sutu and the Vaal catchment. Randwater purchases it, purifies it and distributes, and then sells it to 18 municipalities. We are supplying about 4,460 at the moment, so it's a little bit out of date, megaliters a day, through thousands of kilometers of pipework, most of it larger than 600 millimeters in size, 58 reservoirs averaging size of 100 megaliters. So our place is firmly as a bulk provider of water, and municipalities remain the authority in terms of water provision to customers, individuals. Next slide. So breaking it down, Randwater is essentially 7 corporate supply systems. The raw water supply system on the Randwater side, leading to Vereniging and Suikerbosch purification plants, and that being boosted into one of 4 areas, Eikenhof, Swartkopies, Palmeet and Mapleton supply systems, which are actually highlighted on that previous slide in different colors, but you can refer to that at a later stage. Next slide. Okay, so jumping right in to where we are in the 5-year CapEx program. The asset categories involved with the infrastructure we're dealing with is bulk water pipelines, and that being a large portion of our infrastructure. Replacement value of that is in the order of 200 billion, 250 billion, I think at the moment. The civil asset infrastructure categories, mechanical, electrical, building, process and automation. We incorporate a dedicated civil scheme at the moment. We're working with Station 5A, the B17, the 06, Palmeet, Mapleton upgrades. Essentially a dedicated scheme of linked infrastructure projects to improve general water supply to Ekurhuleni and Tshwane. So that's well underway. Station 5A is scheduled for completion, portions of it in August this year and in March next year. Bulk pipework. It's not just a scheme that Randwater is undertaking. There is a scattering of pipework, civil works, purification works, electrical, mechanical throughout the distribution network. It's just that we do focus at times on dedicated schemes where we are specifically building infrastructure capacity along a dedicated route. So we got bulk pipes, currently comprising 47% of the 5-year CapEx. We have a combination of augmentation and renewal work, which I'll get into in the next section, what the specific Randwater definition of that is. We've got a dedicated reservoir program as part of our CapEx, building 1,200 megalitres of additional storage within the 5-year CapEx period and then onwards. Mechanical, electrical process and automation infrastructure is included in a lot of those projects, but the sheer volume of the work is essentially bulk water pipes, civil and mechanical. So the asset categories listed there are in order of spending, more or less. Next slide. So going towards an augmentation and renewal methodology or strategy, I know it's a teeny tiny slide to be viewing on this scale, but if you just focus on the colors here for a moment, Randwater Strategic Asset Management has adopted a methodology that's along the lines of ISO 55000, where we monitor condition of infrastructure, that being the orange, And the condition criteria essentially lead to a renewal strategy of some kind, being replacement or rehabilitation of existing infrastructure to replace the existing capacity and performance of that infrastructure. The green columns there is performance failures, where that would lead to augmentation. So you may have optimization or upgrading of infrastructure. And specific examples would include performance failure. An end-of-life driver might be a supply level life has now gone out of spec, meaning that we need to add more pumps, we need to add more infrastructure on the potable production side to increase capacity. We would then augment. That's the traditional understanding of augmentation, but it might also incorporate service level life failures where we're now pumping a different kind of water treatment process, and we may need to replace specific pumps that can't cope with that. That would also be considered augmentation. On the condition side, there's the traditional understanding of where you see that physical life red column, where the condition of an asset deteriorates to the point where you need an asset to perform, the existing one can't. Either you refurbish or you replace it, or you may find that it might be a good asset, but simply you don't get enough economic performance out of the asset anymore, and you may want to replace it. So there's those two flip sides of the coin when it comes to dealing with asset management. Augmentation is really a subset of asset management, as is renewal strategy. Next slide. And this is a further simplification of that previous slide. It's really included to illustrate the what areas of the business are drawn on to get that information we need to augment. So augmentation would be looking at the growth projections we get from our customers, independent studies done on demographic movement, people moving around in Gauteng, and how that impacts the need to supply additional water. Real demand continues to grow, where I've put real in inverted commas there, as wastage also continues to grow. Unaccounted for water, true wastage, true leaks, they've all got their own growth, and they're all growing at alarming rates. Planning infrastructure around rainwater's curtailment or throttling of supply to stabilize reservoirs is not an option. Okay, that was specifically requested previously. The approved projection is based on customer-provided demand figures correlated to independent population demographics. And our renewal program in the light green in the middle there is informed by an ongoing condition assessment program, as well as asset improvement plans. Then, in addition, bolstering what goes into CapEx is this growth portion, where we look at water cycle management, we look at alternative areas of growth, where rainwater intends to expand in terms of alternative water supply from wastewater, water demand management initiatives, and a number of other not quite core projects in terms of bread and butter infrastructure from the IVRS. So next slide. That was included previously as an indicator of we derive a demand projection going forwards, and then we plan infrastructure for the next 15 to 20 years based on that high road potable projection. It may look as if that's continuing into infinity, but it actually is declining over time. The blue dots represent historical usage. The red line indicates predicted future demand going forwards. And you can see even by 2016 and 2017 that demand had dropped artificially due to drought conditions, and it's slowly recovering back to that line. Okay, so next slide. While that augmentation methodology depends on demand growth, and while condition informs renewals, in both cases you will need shutdowns to make that happen. If your regular maintenance needs a shutdown, you might shut the system down. It may have a large impact or a small impact. When you're augmenting and duplicating infrastructure, you'll need to tie that in. When you're replacing or refurbishment, it similarly happens. So what are some of the considerations there, and why are we seeing, essentially, a larger amount of shutdowns going forwards? The answer to that is 70% of the rainwater's infrastructure is pipelines. And I know I'm going blow by blow through this, but it is actually important to appreciate the logic here. The average age of our pipes is 50 years. We foresee a 65-year life in pipes. So we are obliged to replace pipes going on an ongoing program. It's not affordable to duplicate bulk pipes. So there actually is no dedicated pipe standby in the traditional sense. Any pipe redundancy that's there is incidental because we've augmented or we've replaced with a slightly larger pipe. So relying on standby pipe work to do shutdowns is not a concept that exists. We're only relying on incidental standby for shutdowns. Growth is also slowing. So a previous dependency on or a methodology of using augmentation to permit renewals isn't viable really anymore. We have to be renewing for renewal reasons and augmenting for augmenting reasons and taking advantage of augmentation where we can. And unfortunately with the drop-off in growth rate, and it's slowing slowly, it's not huge. It was previously 2.5% in the 90s, 2% in the last decade-ish or so, and reducing to about 1.85, 1.65 going forwards. But even that rate does slow down the amount of augmentation infrastructure you install. And the amount of augmentation hitting the ground isn't enough to cope with the amount of renewals we need to do. So, yeah, we need to rely more heavily on dedicated shutdown processes. We do have dedicated rotable equipment standby and dedicated civil infrastructure standby that we depend on, but that's pretty much it. When it comes to incidental standby, we might have the odd pipe in a specific system that we can depend on for a shutdown. Most of rainwater bulk infrastructure is designed for 24-hour shutdowns, but in several cases the lie of land doesn't always permit that. So at times we have less than 24-hour storage. We do our best to charge that infrastructure prior to shutdowns. And where possible, as part of the strategy, pipe sections are duplicated if we can, if it mitigates long shutdowns, and if it aligns with future augmentation plans. But along the way, infrastructure shutdowns to cater for replacement and refurbishments are inevitable. They can't be avoided, but they can be mitigated. Previous methodology was to try and continuously supply at 100% to mitigate replacement and refurbishment effects, but that depended on having outright storage available, massive reservoir storage available, redundant pipes redundant pipes and pump and potable infrastructure being available. But as we approach operating the network at about 90%, the availability of that spare infrastructure to guarantee and maintain 100% continuity of supply during shutdowns has been reduced and delaying. So over the past number of years, we have delayed a number of shutdowns as a result of that, but you can't do that sustainably. And delaying shutdowns is counterproductive. Your network integrity decreases, reliability decreases if you start putting off shutdowns. So shutdowns are not a bad thing. They're absolutely needed to maintain sustainable infrastructure. It's really a case of how well do you plan for it. So a greater number of scheduled shutdowns are required over time. We have a number of delayed projects that need to go ahead. We're forging ahead with integrated execution plan, which essentially hundreds of projects are being issued for tender, and that will increase the number of shutdowns we're seeing going forwards. So we need to be more careful in the way we plan for these. As next slide. Where shutdowns may be taking a long time to recover, there could be many causes. We're seeing that in specific areas of Johannesburg. This is not an exhaustive list of what could be happening, but it is some of the incidents that we are seeing, not specifically in Joburg water. We have seen in some areas. It's also not the general incidents that we would be seeing. They are in isolated areas. So air trapped in pipes, that would reduce flow in pipes. The ability of infrastructure to remove that air is critical to making sure that pipeline, be it rainwater pipe or municipal pipe downstream, continues to work effectively. The process of shutting down may drain a reservoir, may empty certain pipes. That may be unavoidable. You then have air in a pipe that you need to get rid of, and you would fully depend on having functional air valves to make that happen. So that does need to be considered for shutdowns. Then another specific issue that is occurring when it comes to shutdowns and even daily operation to a degree, there's poor supply to municipalities when rainwater reservoir levels are low. So that sounds like rainwater isn't doing its job properly, but we are. What's actually happened over time is that decades of rainwater keeping reservoirs full in a way has become an expectation for a municipality. And of course municipalities have taken advantage of that high water level. Their infrastructure depends on it now, which is part of the problem. And when that level actually drops for regulation reasons, or when rainwater does need to operate that reservoir at 10%, which would be perfectly acceptable for our bulk network, it may not be acceptable for municipal operation to function at 100%. So it exacerbates the problem, low pressure, low flows, and customers don't get the water that they need as a result. So that really talks to a combination of issues. Is there sufficient municipal infrastructure to boost that water? Perhaps there isn't, in which case rainwater does work with municipalities where we can to keep that reservoir level high, but that starts to eat into our infrastructure reliability. There may be a galaxy of reasons why a specific shutdown hasn't gone quite to plan. You can't always predict or plan for those eventualities. There may be unexpected blockages in pipes. There may be, even today, some unidentified specific causes that we can't specifically find. And even customers may be involved with how that shutdown is performing, in terms of they leave their bath taps open. When those reservoirs refill, they just fill that bath. And it's really the low-lying areas that recover first, and then the high-lying areas would have to wait until customers have water. So yes, we do, where there are issues, we do work with municipalities as best we can to, after the effect, try and identify what the causes are. But at the same time, we do need to have a more general mitigation approach to better prepare in a way for eventualities that we might be seeing across multiple systems. So the next section really deals with the challenges. It's an attempt at building a risk matrix that really looks at rainwater risks associated with bulk infrastructure implementation, whereas some of the previous slides were really looking at municipal and rainwater. But further risks include 3.1, delayed potable project completion within rainwater, what the impacts of those risks are, I'll get into it now. External water losses and inefficient customers, that is a large potato. Then going on to, we'll get to that slide now, 3.3 is internal rainwater losses. It affects our bottom line. And then 3.4 is limited raw water resources. So I know I'm perhaps hammering away at small text again, but some of the risks we're looking at in terms of delayed potable project completion. The risk is that we would be unable to match demand, that we would have knock-on delays between projects across many areas. We would have higher than expected failures if assets had to be sweated hard because you don't have new projects to take the load up. Augmentation projects become deferred to maximum horizons and can become renewal projects. Historic limit of spending is perceived to be X figure, and that is a psychological barrier to spending more on projects. And it talks to how you are actually implementing project spending. So part of the mitigations that deal with that lot of risks is completion of projects that are already underway to increase potable production and thereby provide some relief to existing infrastructure. We're in the process of implementing the integrated execution plan, which I'll get onto in a number of slides. That's issuing a significant number of projects on a turnkey basis to accelerate both the project completion and the spending that we have planned. We've got 28 billion rands of projects in the next 5 years that we plan to spend on these IEP projects alone. Our total 5-year CapEx program is in the order of 35 billion if you incorporate augmentation and renewals. To facilitate some of the more immediate issues, we're using in-house construction to assist. Where in the past we would have to have gone through an extended tendering process to get specific work done. So the use of in-house resources is solving a lot of our smaller problems, and improving SCM tender award performance processes performance. So those are the approaches we take into accelerating project completion. Our concerns in the water demand management space are that large unaccounted for water exists in municipal systems, up to 50% in cases, and about 35% of total supply, 1,630 megalitres a day, is unaccounted for. It's just gone. A large percentage of that is wastage within municipal systems. This is now in post-rainwater infrastructure. It just disappears into the ground. It gets stolen. There's a multitude of reasons as to where that water goes. Some of it is leaks, some of it's stolen. Savings from leak fixing initiatives, should they go ahead, need to be sustainable over time. They're not guaranteed to continue once you fixed it. You have to come back again and again. And municipalities the risk is that municipalities are failing and leaks have their own growth rate and it needs attending to. Then municipalities have also capitalized on rainwater's bulk reservoir levels, as I've gone through in a previous slide. They depend on that level in a number of cases. Rainwater reservoirs can drop too low to municipalities. Flow becomes poor because municipalities may lack infrastructure to cope. So what are we doing about water demand management initiatives? Rainwater can't do much within municipal networks because it's not our infrastructure. We do have Project 1600 to try and moderate some of the losses. We report to municipality their usage. We report on what they should be using relative to the limited quantity of raw water that rainwater receives. And we provide figures to municipalities on a monthly basis. We have our slightly more aggressive approach to water demand management, where we are now intending to install 50 or more flow control rigs within municipal networks as a somewhat more aggressive approach. One of the problems is affordability for water demand management within municipalities, getting funding for that. So Rainwater's, in essence, offering to build key infrastructure within municipal systems that can reduce wastage. That's the primary purpose, reduction of wastage, not reduction of flow. Okay, so there's a difference between throttling and water demand management. Then the operations initiative is to ongoing process of replacement of mechanical meters, facilitates more active and accurate online monitoring. So appropriate interventions can take place if the leakage is picked up. We have satellite monitoring of areas to identify where leaks are taking place and appropriate projects put into place to fix the leaks. We have rainwater assistance to municipalities where possible to try and keep reservoirs full. However, when there are specific difficult areas, that rainwater assistance to keep that specific reservoir at a specific level will result in sweating assets more. And we're already seeing what happens when you push infrastructure too hard. Your reliability goes down. Okay, referring to internal rainwater losses, we similarly have losses within our network amounting to about 250 megalitres a day. We risk then loss of life or property damage if existing leaks become a sudden large pipe failure incident. It affects our bottom line. There's also a need to mitigate and fix that. So the similar program of satellite monitoring addresses that. We have replacement of the mechanical meters and ongoing condition assessment and pipe refurbishment by master planning. Cathodic protection, phased replacement of lead cork and concrete pipes. All the infrastructure we know is problematic is high on the list for replacement. Limited raw water resources. That's the ultimate brakes for Rand Water. We can't supply more water than we're getting. That's the bottom line. The risk is that an inability to supply sufficient IVRS water to meet demand, and the IVRS is specifically there mentioned as IVRS water, because the mitigation for that is we go and find alternatives out there. Wastewater treatment, boreholes, mine fisher water, a number of other initiatives as and when we can. They're currently being developed, and they're in the 5-year capex. We have the rollout of those water demand management flow control rigs that are intended to be in municipal space. We also have a moratorium on meter applications, where that's intended to temporarily reduce demand on the network by 20 megalitres a year to further put the brakes on wastage. The intention is for municipalities to then make inroads on water demand management and make the savings required to facilitate further growth. Given that the current existing unaccounted for water is 1,600 megalitres a day, where Rand Water supplies 4,600-ish megalitres a day on average, it's enormous. It also is not a process where you can immediately solve it. You have to work towards gradual improvements in water demand management to resolve. Going on to the next slide. Oh, crikey. Okay, next slide. Continued development and mitigation. This is really an illustration of who does what. Operations tending to a lot of those mitigation efforts in sensitive, inefficient bulk network areas, applying maximum efforts to keep reservoirs at 60 to 80% range. That's the preferred target for Rand Water. Keep reservoirs at 60 to 80%. It's been shown to improve our overall reliability and improve our ability to continue supplying water if certain incidents happen. So in as much as we do operate at times at 10%, we aspire to 60 to 80% range. We're currently operating at 50%. And an overall maintenance plan that can be referenced or linked to supportive IDP CapEx investments. And execution have their accelerated projects. Master planning is pushing for additional augmentation projects. Station 5B is kicked off, an additional 600 megalitres at Suikerbos as planned. Continued development of projects and alternatives are being developed by growth and water cycle. So that's really just a different way of illustrating the previous slide. Next slide. 5-year CapEx forecast. Next slide. Okay, that's it. A number of augmentation projects are close to commissioning. The reason that list is so short is because I've taken off a number of others that we have already finished. In the near future, we have Station 5A, additional 600 megalitres a day capacity into the network. The 06 pipeline, hand-in-hand completion with that, Palmeet pumping station and Mapleton engine room. High-profile project areas and CapEx spending areas, those flow control valves within municipal systems. We're aspiring to 400 megalitres a day savings from that effort alone in the 5-year window. We've commenced Station 5B at Suikerbos. That's what ZB is for. Integrated execution program, I'll go into the next slide. 234 tenders on a mostly turnkey basis, intended to accelerate project execution. 31 issued, more to follow in October. Accounts for 28 billion spending in the 5-year window, with the total spending being 35. So that's the next slide. There's a breakdown of those and when they are to be issued. So 221 at least are going ahead according to that program. I think the latest one there is in October-ish issue. So yes, hopefully those will roll out according to plan. If you look at the actual spending, the next slide. In green there's 35 million over the next 5 years. Total of augmentation and renewals, with the split in augmentation and renewals being available on the next slide. Okay, we've got, it's about half-half at the moment over the next 5 years, with the lion's share of the money being spent in the augmentation side of things on pipelines and reservoirs and other civil works, And on the renewal slide, it's mainly on pipelines, reservoirs, and other civil works, as well as mechanical. So a lot of our rotable equipment wears out quickly, much quicker than pipes. So you typically expect to see large mechanical spending on renewals. So of the 35, 28 billion is being undertaken by IEP. Next slide. That's the combined pie graph of overall spending. 46 to 47% on pipes, 33% on civils, 9.3% on mechanicals, and so on and so forth, going down the list. Next slide. This is really for those interested in, it was really the outcome of the IDP. These are the projects we're going ahead with in the next, to kick off in the next financial year. These projects will ultimately add up to about R1 billion worth of capital expenditure. Every year we come up with 5 or 6 small projects to add to the list of work that's needed, all well considered and much needed in terms of renewal or augmentation. So yes, that's the presentation. Don't know if it answers specific questions in terms of those challenges we face in municipalities, but perhaps a commentary there, just before I really wrap up, is that currently we lack high resolution measurement of all network components. There simply isn't that technology present at the moment. And what I'm talking about is measurement of flows and pressures and other metrics within the network that currently doesn't exist in all of our pipes. So we've got a very limited set of indicators in our network to operate our network. We've got very detailed reservoir levels, but very limited flows in individual pipes. And as a result of that, it can be difficult at times to use metrics to diagnose, because there simply aren't enough measurements taking place. And as a result, you have to then turn to analytical diagnosis, going through one theory at a time, testing one theory at a time. It can be a slow process. And where you've had erosion of staff and experience, people who experienced those problems in the past are now gone. The new crowd is learning all those lessons. Diagnosis is typically slow. So pipes are also in the ground. So getting an immediate idea of what's happening in that pipe is very difficult when you experience problems on the site, on the ground. So in as much as it could be air, maybe it's something else. And a lot of investigation is needed to identify what's happening there and then. And until such time as we're measuring every conceivable metric, it's going to remain difficult to diagnose. So one of the approaches to improving shutdowns is perhaps to ensure that an improved set of basics is there. I must say that the planning and coordination of shutdowns is very well coordinated, well, from a planning perspective, or rather it's very well formalized. Rainwater does keep the municipality informed of when the shutdown is, how long it's going to be. But yes, there have been challenges in the recent past where after the shutdown is complete, there's now an extended recovery time. And there are challenges still to be resolved in those areas. Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. MEC. Honourable MEC. Thanks.
MEC, anything you want to add from your side, or can we go straight to members?
No, from our side, we fine. Just to indicate that we're trying to lobby that with national government. We want to enter into an agreement with Rainwater to try and sort out the issues of Mfuleni. For instance, Rainwater would have, first of all, part of the problems of Mfuleni are the tensions that exist between the municipality and the Rainwater, and most of them are leadership issues that we believe that if people can sit down on the table, they can resolve some of these issues. But because of lack of that, matters are being exacerbated, you know, and that's why people resort to go to courts and so on and so on. We're trying to bring people back to the table. We worked out a proposal with the leadership of Rainwater, for instance, on how best we can resolve the situation and mitigate the problems in Mfuleni. Because part of the problems there is that Mfuleni will collect monies from the people, but those monies are not reinvested in the water infrastructure, payment of rent water as such. They go somewhere else. And part of the problem is that that has not been reinvested. So the proposal that we wanted to come up with was the implication of it would be reinvesting all money collected from water services. And they used to utilize a bigger percentage of that amount of money to reinvest it back to the water infrastructure. Accepting, of course, that municipalities across do utilize certain percentages for whatever the reason is, payment of salaries or helping electricity department or something of that nature. However, but also that project was going to be linked with these sanitation issues, resolving this. There's lots of work that is happening. In fact, if people can keep to the plan as it is and implement what is there, it is my sense that by May next year, you won't have any sanitation problem in and around the jurisdiction of the municipality, in case people do keep to. But given the situation, we know what can possibly happen. So that was going to help us to resolve those problems. But for that to happen, we require the support of the leadership of the municipality. And I can tell, I met with them, we briefed them, we wanted their buy-in. We're not winning. There's lots of politics and so on. And I'm happy that the minister would have engaged us and the mayor there to say the leadership of the institution must begin to take leadership control of the institution, because there are a lot of variables, external variables that influences what's to happen in that municipality, and hence this confusion that is there. And we're beginning to see things going that particular route. We said if we get this correctly in Mfuleni, we want to extend that in Rand West and extend that in Tshwane, just to help and because from where I am, Rand Water is one of the best run SOEs in our country. They don't get money from government. They don't get bailouts from government. They were given the budget from the initial stages, and they are able to sustain themselves. And we're saying that technical knowledge and experience. I sat with the senior managers, including the CEO. After the input of the CEO, I was saying to him, if things were equal, I'll take you to Mfuleni to be the municipal manager. That's to sort Mfuleni out. Just listening to him, I had a sense that he can be able to turn Mfuleni around. So, given that technical experience and skills and knowledge in that institution, we thought this would augur well with the leadership then we move. But I'm saying because of these leadership challenges that are there, people did not see what we saw. They saw something else. And because of these attachments of accounts and so on, we will continue to persuade all the stakeholders there, including the mayor. I do have sessions with the mayor to say, you know what, you've got to take responsibility of this thing. Because I can tell you, and I know there's the meeting something there, which we said we want to create among us as an SPV that is going to help us to do that thing. To an extent, we engage even Eskom there, and Eskom was willing to come on board because the challenges you have there with water sanitation are the same that you have with electricity and metering, the infrastructure there. And this strategy was going to help us to ensure that we not only providing service to communities, but we improve even the infrastructure and the maintenance thereof of the infrastructure. Rainwater, must tell you, it's doing huge work insofar as turning the sanitation challenges of that. And I think by now you must have finished the Vereeniging because it was about to be finished. in terms of unblocking and ensuring that the systems work well and there's no sewer that spills all over town and so on and so on. And then there was going to be booking and other areas that, to an extent that even the Lesedi would have said, why are you leaving us out of this thing? Because we have some wards where the spillage of, and on the basis of that spillage of sewer, on the basis of that, we said, once we can get it right there, then we can extend to other municipalities. And the reason we chose Tshwane amongst others is because of some of the water and sanitation challenges that are there. But also it was going to also give us a better sense and feel as to how best we can relate with a metro and not only focus on the smaller municipalities. The minister had bought onto this plan, but as I say, there's a technical committee that has been formed, constituted by national DGs, to try and look at the situation. And I think they were giving 2 weeks or so just to come and report back to us. And so we will take this process, and I can tell, if we can go that route, we can roll out that program to the entire province. Your problem of old infrastructure and spillage of sewer in our communities will be history as such. But we can only be able to move if we can get it right in fully. To that extent, we working very well with but as I said, I've taken a view that I don't want to blame either of the two parties, but to articulate the problems as we see them in that area. Of course, the attachment of the bank account is not sitting well with us, and I know it's not your problem. It's a leadership problem there. It's not sitting well with us because it has got its own serious limitation, particularly as it affects workers every month and so on. I can see in the last 2 to 3 months, things have been running smooth because there's been a sense of engagement and so on. Even though it was not sitting well with us, the leadership there in the municipality, some of them were happy. In fact, they were saying, you are saving us. This attachment is saving us as such. But not everybody saw it from that positive light. But we'll continue to engage with yourself to ensure that at least that project do become a success. Thanks, Chair.
All right, no, thanks, MEC. I think it's always just important to get some views in a little bit from the political head so that we see also where we're heading toward, and we really do appreciate that. Members, that was our presentation from Rand Water. I'm going to note hands. I see Member Diaga would like to go first. Member Delanga, Member Lamgoen was fine. Member Ngube? Okay, comfortable. So we'll start with Member Diaga.
Thank you, Chair. I'm probably going to be a little bit less complimentary, MEC, but I'm also coming from a different perspective. There's a reason why we sweat infrastructure, and I really want to start with that. We sweat in. Say again. Sorry, MEC. There's a reason why we sweat infrastructure, because we didn't maintain it in the first place, whether it's Calvin or whether it's Rand Water. And it's something you did not touch on about, and that's the continuous breakdown of electrical hardware at Rand Water. And that, MEC, is as a direct result of years of neglect, whether it's Rand Water, whether it's Tshwane Water, or Johannesburg Water. That's why we have breakdown of pumps and purification plants, which is driven by electrical equipment. And I really needed to stress that. I'm not going to go into the detail of the presentation. It's very good, but I do wish, Chairperson, that we could have had this presentation on the same day that we had presentations from the water entities. But nevertheless, rather we have it than not have it at all. So thank you for the presentation. And again, MEC, and forgive me, it's not no disrespect, but I can't remember the presenter's name. Anthony. Thank you, Anthony. If I can call you by your first name, I hope you don't mind. But you know, it is always difficult when the entities send somebody whose real function is not to do these type of presentations. And you've done very well, no disrespect again, but I need to stress that. What we're also not seeing, MEC, is the security of the infrastructure. Now, Rand Water infrastructure, of course, those are national key points, but where we're not seeing what they are doing in terms of security, that is along the lines, the bulk lines. Those things get tapped in, and we know in the south of Johannesburg, you have people tapping into a bulk line of Rand Water. A bulk line, that's kind of a miracle how the whole line didn't explode when you type in, because a little pebble, correct me if I'm wrong, can cause a massive explosion, and you can just imagine the barrage in that, or the bars in those pipelines. So the security of infrastructure, but also the safety aspect of those infrastructure. I visited Ekurhuleni a while ago when we had the big challenge, and I was, some of the, what do you call those big pump stations, they're completely left open, unattended to this water. This is right next to an informal settlement. Children play, children become very inquisitive. They fall into a pit like that, they'll drown and will never be found. So we need to also then, we have a responsibility as Rand Water, and I speak about we, because we are government. We have a responsibility to safeguard that type of infrastructure. The communication with municipalities at times is very tedious, but at the last minute, residents will prepare themselves for an outage, and at the last minute, the program will change. And of course, it's going to happen further down the line, but residents need to prepare, so they need to be properly forewarned, and then we need to deal with those aspects. But also, you know, it's all good and well, and the last outage is a case in point. Rand Water communicated brilliantly. It's going to take 52 hours. I can't remember how long it was. The outage is going to be 52 hours, and that's exactly how long it took before they started pumping water again. But we then need to also be honest and recognize the fact that there's an ongoing or a prolonged outage as a result of
Testing. Is it recording now? Oh, okay.
Thank you. Okay. So I'm just going to the security aspect, and then the communication needs to be improved. We've had engagement on the commander system with councillors, where Randwater communication team had undertaken to be present, and then they were not there. And they left it up to Joburg Water to communicate when we had confirmed that they will be there. So communication can be, a lot can be dealt with. So then it speaks to the level of accountability. And it's very easy to say Joburg Water is the responsible, but ultimately Joburg Water's responsibility is as far as the supply is concerned. I'm sorry that the MEC is not here, Chair. But again, we spoke about this yesterday. I spoke about this yesterday as well. As much as 50% of the water has goes missing. We know that. Technical, non-technical, tapping in, breaking down, leaks, etc. The reality is, it's a problem that we all sit with. The municipalities cannot afford to do this on their own. So we need to have a war on leaks that is run at higher level than municipalities. Areas where you have flat rates do not report leaks. So Soweto, Midrand areas where you have flat rates, people are not reporting the leaks because they then think they will have to pay for it. And of course it's an on-site leak, so the resident is going to be responsible. But if we can curb those leaks, we will deal with a lot of the wastage. And if we can bring down the wastage by 10%, which is quite possible, just by, for instance, the municipalities having properly equipped buckies to isolate first line of response teams. They can go and isolate the burst immediately and then go back later on to fix it. But if you isolate that leak, that's a lot of water saved. So from Randwater side and from CoGTA side, we need to encourage municipalities to have that first line of response teams. I spoke about the breakdown of electrical infrastructure. The other thing that we really need to encourage, and again, maybe we can start encouraging it from CoGTA side, and that is a dual pipe system. We cannot just pump all effluent back into the rivers. Some of it can be fed back into the system with the dual pipe system, especially with your your sporting facilities, golf courses, etc., where they use lots of water, but also to new developments. Dual pipe systems can be used for toilet flushing. You don't need to flush your toilet with potable water. You can have a dual pipe system. We should encourage that at municipal level. I'm going to leave it at there. Just the 28 billion rand that the minister recently pronounced for spending on infrastructure. Do we really need more reservoirs? Do we need more reservoirs, or do we need to upgrade the existing infrastructure? Because if we didn't lose 50% of the water, we wouldn't need another reservoir. Because it's about planning, and you being a planner, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It is about use what we have, and then of course in some areas you need to upgrade reservoirs, and size matters when it comes to a reservoir. But I think that we can just use money better if we focus some of that monies towards municipalities. And I'm not saying give municipalities money, because you can give municipalities 10 billion rand a year more for capex investment, but they're not going to be able to spend it because the capacity is not there to spend it. So what we need to do is be more proactive and not reactive. We know that we react because we've got backlogs, and I would be very interested to know what the backlog on infrastructure maintenance is with Randwater, because that is very critical. We're not talking about the backlog, we're talking about the forward-thinking plans, but the backlog is ultimately why we are sweating infrastructure. So we need to be also a little more open and honest and transparent about the challenges that we have. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Member Diaga. Member De Lange?
Chair, thank you very much. Member Diaga touched on most of the issues that I also listed. I think if I just quickly want to recap on the municipalities and metros, I think the communication when we have water outages, and I know that is not per se a Rand Water's issue, but I think maybe Rand Water could take lead in this, as with the department. I'm glad the MEC is back. He's my pet today. You know, really, I think the municipalities, and it's often where we have people in senior and leadership positions that does not understand how these infrastructures work. And if they don't understand, they are not going to communicate and be sufficient in leadership when it comes to communities and residents. Also in reference to the recent maintenance by Rand Water, you know, there were planning and letters and documents sent out to warn people that Rand Water is going to be busy for the week. And also, nothing was said from the municipality side to say, but remember, as the system is filling up, the municipality sent trucks out. And I can understand, everybody understands why. They need to go and get water and filter for other areas that has got no access to water. But I mean, that was not properly done. It was not monitored. It was not planned properly. So what happened is they have got 17 trucks that's lining the road and that's tapping all the water that's now filling from the lowest area. Is now, it's just kicking out and all the water is being tapped out. So the system could not get time to fill up properly from the bottom. And I saw this, I took the photographs. At some point, Chair, you know yourself, we had to start to threaten some of the political leaders in the municipalities. And I don't think that is our job. It's not my job to get in contact with someone, to write letters, to get people to understand how to do their job. When we put people in place, please, we have to train them. They need to understand what their job is. They cannot just sit there because that is now their job. That it doesn't work like that. We are really failing the people at the end of the line, and in many cases, those are the very people that is keeping this whole infrastructure afloat. So let's not go this route. We need to do this properly, and as I say, maybe Rand Water could engage with the municipalities as well from a leader side, and then if this community or this committee can perhaps also engage on that and make sure that the people that are deployed knows what they're supposed to do, so that it does not come down to us and we are being threatened because we can't do our job properly. As for the water losses, we witness, and we have already reported many times over a long period of time, water trucks where they take water on at the water points. People, they are wasting millions of liters of water. It's just scary if you come and you go almost 3 kilometers down the road and you see where the water is still flowing from the spillages, and where it comes out from the pipes where the connections are not properly. We have to make a plan and have to look at that. If a truck the couplings are not working properly, then that truck should be sent back. We cannot waste water that way. I mean, we do it willy-nilly, and honestly, then we should not ask where does all the water go and why all the wastages. And if there's one thing, and I want to say it at this, especially with Rand Water and all the people concerned present, if there's one thing that really, really annoys me, cannot talk on behalf of everybody else, and that is new developments, effluent developments. Everybody does water parks. Why? Why? We are a water scarce country, we are a water scarce province. Is that fair? I mean, that's not sewer water, it's not It's not recycled water, it's fresh water that goes in those areas. Am I correct? Why? Why are we still allowing areas like that to have water parks? If they want to make it pretty, put a few rocks and beautiful plants in there. We cannot have dams and rivers, water there, because the people that lives there has got more money than the people that stays in areas where they don't have access to water. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Mhlangoma? Oh, you're covered. Okay. Member Ngube, you said you were also fine. All right. I just have a couple questions, Anthony, to you. The first is around the delayed potable project completion. What are the knock-on or sort of ripple effects in terms of delays between projects across all of these different areas when it comes to insufficient funding? So just to understand that ripple effect, and also if this happens quite often so that we also have an understanding of the budgetary limitations. I know you spoke to it and a number of members have mentioned it around the sort of impact of load shedding and electricity, etc. But is there not, and I'm asking also maybe a technical question because you are the technical guy, is there not another innovative solution we can think about? Because this is, apart from it being, I mean, we know what the ministers have said and all of that, but let's assume we're going to have a load shedding or some form of electricity reduction in the long term. I would now start to think, let's utilize some R&D, let's see how we can redesign a few things so that we're not as reliant, and I mean this about the pumping system, because it's not that the water isn't somewhere there, it's the process of getting the water into the reservoir at certain levels. And you were not here yesterday, but in my home ward, Ward 58, it's Mayfair, Fordsburg, Crosby, that area, very regularly, because of the Hurst Hill Reservoir and that whole area, we don't have water. And yeah, communities up to there with it. They don't want to hear about it. They don't want to talk about it. It's what Member Ngube was citing earlier around, like, I'm so worried for the councillor because there's nothing he can do about it, but he's consistently under, in fact, he had a heart attack in December. And one of the reasons why he had a heart attack is because of the stress from like constantly being unable to solve the problem. And shame, he's a bit of an older uncle, so it was a bit difficult there. But the point that I'm making is we need to look at innovative solutions because this thing is really, really a crisis. My next question is, why do you think municipal water demand management is not guaranteed? Because I would have thought it's a planning matter, etc., etc. It should be something that we can rely on. And my last one is, I'd like your comment or your thoughts, and maybe this also around the MEC if you have any thoughts on it, just to comment on the awareness campaigns that you normally undertake to encourage communities to use water sparingly. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chairperson, in answer to some of Honourable Diaga's questions, in terms of security of water, there is one of the reasons the GM isn't here today is that they are working on urgent aspects of contracts to go out that will address some of that specific NKP work. But in addition to that, there's also a program to address valve chambers extensively throughout the network. We recognize that there are specific issues with valve chambers where improvements on security need to take place and address existing damage there due to vandalism. In addition to that, in the same series of hot potato items, it addresses some of those issues with electrical infrastructure reliability. So they're working diligently on getting that repaired. We had a workshop some time back where operations identified a lot of their specific hot potato items, and they're currently being turned into tenders. Last minute changes. Okay, I'll take forward your message of last minute changes for residents to our communication section and see if we can make improvements there. The Eskom shutdown that we saw previously that took 14 days, that technically should have taken 5 days. So there is also some room for improvements on the actual, on the ground, improvements in the way that water gets returned back into service. Okay. Dual pipe systems, that would be, I think, in the municipal space more than the Rand Water space. However, Rand Water would probably still be interested in developing wastewater treatment works if the amount of water involved was significant enough. So if we're looking at 100 megalitres or so, Rand Water would probably be quite interested in engaging with that. Regarding your question on reservoirs, do we really need them? Okay, so that depends on two main issues. If the existing system doesn't have sufficient storage, then yes, we need the reservoir. Okay, so there's that true need for storage. But then if we're making savings and inroads in water demand management, we could offset when those reservoirs need to be built. But the rate at which water demand management is taking place would probably mean that there would be a progressive delay of reservoirs over time. It's not like tomorrow we've saved 600 megalitres, we're now going to delay 5 reservoirs over the next 5 years. So it would happen, but it's not going to be an overnight decision. Given that reservoirs take 4 years to roll out with 2 years construction, there should be enough time to delay that reservoir should it not be required. We do review the demand in most areas of the network over time as an ongoing process of planning. So yes, we would find then that we could actually delay specific infrastructure, not only reservoirs, because reservoirs go hand in hand with pipes. So we're aiming for 24-hour storage because that's what the legacy network was designed for. If you design larger than 24 hours on reservoirs, you can't use the water. You can't get the water into the reservoir and you can't get it out the reservoir. So yes, it's really the pipe and reservoirs that are linked. So yeah, point taken. Honourable De Lange talking about communications improvements. Again, I will take that forward. Okay, water losses, agreed. If there was one thing, new developments. Okay, Rand Water does engage to a degree with developers that want water connections. But given that there's a moratorium on new meters, those new developments aren't taking place. But under normal circumstances, we would engage with them if we identified that that specific area was doing poorly in water use efficiency. So if we talked 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, we would be insisting that they either reduce their overall water, which would mean for them no water park. We do attempt to identify with them what they're using that water for and have discussions with them. That's at the point where the developer approaches Rand Water, and we would normally then have a discussion with them and then tell the developer to please go to the municipality, and then the municipality applies via the developer. So there is a degree of contact between the developers and Rand Water, and we do robustly engage with them as to how much water they need and why do they need that much. Honourable Chairperson Hassan, delayed potable projection completion. What are the, okay, so yeah, there's a number of delayed projects, but not due to lack of funds. Because we rely on our ratepayers for funding, the delays that we've experienced are more along the lines of regulation, AG requirements, legislations, to a degree PFMA, and having to retender on specific things if we make specific errors on or have some oversights on things that should have been taken care of. We may be required to go back to the start of the process to retender, and that's creating delays. That's one of the reasons for delays. That's one of the reasons for delays. Other reasons include where we have divided a project into two. So one contractor does that part, another one does that. That has been creating delays if one contractor doesn't perform. The entire project can't be beneficiated because it's not 100% complete. Is there not another solution we have in our back pocket in terms of electrical supply? We are looking at more traditional hydropower in a variety of sites, but that is really only in the 10 megawatt range total. By far, there are other opportunities like PV out there. Rand Water does have 4,000 hectares of land but it's all mainly located in one spot, so it's not ideal in terms of distributing to a variety of sites, but perhaps there's collaborations, hydrogen economy, storage of that power, use of that power, offsetting carbon credits, a number of other agreements that could be entered into. But Rand Water, as Rand Water, isn't really allowed to get involved with that directly. It would have to be via another entity. So there's limitations on what Rand Water can and can't get involved with. Yeah, you mentioned one of the staff passing away, Rand Water. I don't know if that's a Rand Water staff or another guy. We also had a staff member pass away, same issue. Also a heart attack. So yeah, we sympathize there. They also chase us off site when there's issues. Rand Water staff wearing Rand Water badge vehicles, they don't want to know about it. Why is municipal water demand management not guaranteed? Okay, so what the meaning of that was, if you make an investment to fix a specific leak in a specific pipe and go away, it's not a one-off issue. It's an ongoing process. You have to carry on maintaining that leak. And it has been shown in a number of areas that if you don't maintain that spending on those areas, eventually it does creep back to the original wastage. The problems recur. So in that sense, it has to be an ongoing commitment to water demand management. Awareness campaigns, yes. What was the specific question there? We need improvements there in terms of the public, in terms of collaborating with municipalities. Again, that links to the communications issues that have been previously mentioned. So yes, there's always room for improvement as far as Rand Water goes. Yeah, we're on a trajectory which starts a large number of projects in a very short space of time. So that's going to be challenging going forwards. It might be amplifying some of the things we see at the moment. Perhaps one of the things we could do as well is improve our technical side of things to inform communication, how long the shutdown is likely to take once it recovers. But that's also a double-edged sword to a degree. If we do encounter problems and it takes longer, it makes everybody look not so good. But at least we can advise that there may be an extended outage after the shutdown is complete, and then keep the public advised on an ongoing basis. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Member Ngube, you said you had a burning one, or is it okay?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I'm just want to find out whether what I'm going to say you would hold or not. People will always talk about the catchment areas. And we now are having more rains. And just at the Val River there, you find that people are flooding, houses are flooding. And then you then hear that you have opened the gates of the Val Dam, and all that water get to waste instead of getting into the catchment area, which one used to argue also the Orange River, that you also see people flooding, and there's not enough water, and we keep on saying we are a water scarce country, whereas when God gives us rain, we're not harvesting that rain, not even effectively. We're not doing anything about it. So whether it's beyond your budget or not, because we have been raising this thing from long, whether they do get to you or not, we've been raising this from our employees to say, why do we still say there's this thing when we have problems? When it's rainy seasons. It's worse now, it's also raining even in winter. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks. Any comment on that, Anthony? Then I can move for closure.
They would strictly be with the Department of Water and Sanitation, or the new department they formed for water catchment. So it's really a question of why there's such a huge disparity between these boom and bust We're seeing this more and more often, and we're going to be seeing more of that going forwards given climate change. More intensive rain and more intensive dryness, alternating between the two. Can you improve it? That would depend on the ability to characterize it and see how often it's happening and then plan accordingly. You might expect that there should be an immediate increase in the capacity of the Vaal Dam. One of the reasons they open the gates is to prevent it from overflowing, to protect the infrastructure, but it only has so much volume. That volume then does pass down through a variety of areas before it reaches the orange, and then it's essentially lost. Unless they build additional storage downstream, in the likes of Richard Bay, they would, DWS was talking along those lines previously. Yeah, it would be lost to the ocean. But yes, DWS would probably have to formally respond on that one.
All right, thank you very much, members. Thank you, Anthony. We really do appreciate it. I know you've been with us since the morning, and it isn't lost on us that it was quite a long day for you as well. So we really do appreciate the patience and the time you've taken to engage with us. Quite a lot here in terms of the infrastructure development, the maintenance, and I think you've spoken to all of that, and that's also some work that we're going to have to play a lot of oversight over when we do meet those municipalities. And I agree with members, I think next time we have you guys, we'll have you with the municipalities, and we'll also, in the same way, we're going to have a targeted process with the energy situation. We'll do the same with yourselves, so that the municipalities are in the room, and some of the issues the MEC spoke to, particularly those of a political nature that affect service delivery, that's our purview of where we'll need to get involved, and that's where we can really ensure that we do a lot there. So with that, I'm actually going to thank the MEC and his team from the provincial department. I know that you've also been with us now for 2 days, and we really do appreciate it. I want to thank City Power in their absence, Eskom, Rand Water, also for attending, and you know, it's been quite an interesting day because we've really gotten a lot through and a lot done, and don't be surprised when you see other invites from us. And Anthony, same goes to you. Please also do bring some of the you mentioned the person's name earlier, I forget, but the person who was going to come with you. Bongani, there we go. Please do bring those people with to the next session so that we can also create a relationship with the portfolio. Remember, this is a two-way street. We're not just pushing you. If you need intervention on different levels, that's also what you need to tell us so that we can do what we can to make your lives easier and to ensure service delivery. And I think Member Diango spoke to some of those things. With that, members, I'm closing on agenda point 6. There are no provincial bills or NCOP bills referred. The resolutions, I mentioned it yesterday. We're waiting. They'll come at the end of the quarter. There's no petitions, there's no correspondence, but the next meeting is in fact tomorrow, members, at 2:30. It is a physical meeting in Committee Room C at GPL, and it's a joint meeting with SCOPA regarding, with the Auditor General regarding the audit outcomes for municipalities, and that's not for you, MEC. We release you until next week, and then next week is a virtual meeting because I think this week we really have pushed. We'll have had 3 days in a row of very intense meetings, so next week as a reprieve we'll do virtual, and then the week after that will be physical with oversight visits and all of that kind of thing. Before I close, is there matter outstanding?
No, it's just on tomorrow, Chair. We've also got infrastructure tomorrow, so member Ngube, I don't want to speak for her, but we have infrastructure.
Friday. So Friday's economic cluster, tomorrow's governance cluster.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's petitions, OGPOL and SCOPA, but OGPOL's been postponed, so those of us
Apology,
from
I've got the
OGPOL.
wrong day.
Yeah,
I thought
that's
tomorrow
Friday.
was Friday. Oh, sorry.
Okay, all right, but those who are unable to come, you'll send us the apologies. Members, everybody, thank you. Meeting adjourned.